Hello, Internet. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Tea and Rose's Book Club. We are joined by Bo, who is half on my desk and half on my chest, because he saw me put the headphones on, and that means cuddle time to him. Now, mostly it means get in my way because I'm talking to other people, and then he gets jealous. Because he's the most jealous little puppy in the entire world. Yes, you don't like sharing your mommy with anyone. And he's been spoiled because Mommy's been having extreme fatigue this week. It's like the 9 months of insomnia finally lets up, and now all I want to do is sleep. So there have been some long hours spent in bed cuddling a puppy, so he's spoiled. Thinks that all I should be doing is cuddling him. Right, Bo? Yes. That's the only thing anyone should be doing is cuddling him. Hi, Sarah. And you can see Seth Ale was in here earlier, but I'm not sure if he's around. I know Nightwolf might be back from the festivals, so he might be joining us this evening. We have finished the first of the trilogy of books. Tonight we're starting the second one called The Angel's Share, which we learned is a thing in making bourbon. It's the vapors that come off the top of the casks while they age. It's known as the Angel's Share. And there's a cover of what I think is a Rolls-Royce Phantom on the cover, or it's supposed to be because we've heard about that car a lot. And it's occurring to me I didn't start a tally page, so now I need to put the puppy down and do that because we have things to be keeping track of. Puppy, I know you're pretending to have no bones, and that you've forgotten your feet exist, and that you're melted and you're never going to move again. Yes. Oh, I know. It's such a cool world where you can't just be cuddled on my lap all the time. I know. I know it's not fair. I know. I know, little baby. Come on. Down we go. There we go. He's got his pillows. He's perfectly happy. He's got food, water. He's had plenty of belly rubs today. So we left off in kind of a weird place. I was predicting that the nanny, housekeeper, substitute mom lady was going to die at the end of the last book. That didn't happen. The sister disappeared two-thirds through the book, so she's engaged to evil, violent guy. I'm sure that will come back up. Do we think she's actually going to go through with the marriage, or are they going to stop her, or is the lawyer guy that we know she's going to end up with, even though at this point he's so, he's been such a jagoff that I don't want him ending up with anyone, because I feel like he's gone too far to be forgiven. But he's the secret baby daddy, so that has to come out at some point. We haven't even met her daughter yet. We were told that she was coming home, but since the entire first book takes place over about 3 days, that hasn't happened yet. So we haven't met the daughter yet, and we haven't met Max, the mystery fourth Bradford sibling that for half the book I was convinced was dead, but is apparently alive and just distant. I think Max is the youngest. I think we learned that in flashbacks. But they have apparently are old enough to have gone off and basically cut all ties because they weren't even sure they had a valid phone number. So, yeah, I predict he will come home. He'll have to now because now the father's been murdered, as we learn. Let's see what else. We've got multiple love triangles going on, sort of. We've got the sister with the guy she's engaged to but doesn't love because she's just using him for the money, and he's using her for, I guess, because she's pretty. I don't really know. She doesn't seem to bring anything to the table. So we've got her her fiance and the lawyer, that's a thing. Previous main character Lane is now thoroughly with Lizzie. I guess his ex-wife is out of the picture. There's probably going to be some mention of like divorce paperwork, but she's left the house. The father beat her up, but he's dead now, so not sure where you can go with that. She accused him of doing it, so there might be fallout from that, even though like it's so easily disproven. But small town cops that we've already seen be exceedingly stupid because they charged the sister for stealing a car that she had every legal right to, which is dumb. So yeah, the cops are dumb. The legalities are whatever the story needs them to be with no resemblance to reality. And so then we have the brother Edward, who is a drunk and is in love with the Sutton, who runs the rival liquor company that he slept with, thinking she was a hooker. And we've got mystery farm girl who just literally showed up, demanded a job. He gave her one, and I'm still sus of her. Because it's kind of set up that she's going to be his, like, come to Jesus moment because she, like, took care of him and, like, mommied him, basically. So there's that three-way going on. At least with that one, I don't know which woman he's going to end up with. I can say that at least. The other two, we know how they're going to go because there's only one answer. His, at least, there is, like, value on both sides. So that one, I don't know which way it's going to go. Oy. We are jumping into this blind. I ran out of chapter counters because it has more than 50 chapters. I only made 50 markers because I thought that would be enough. I didn't think we'd ever read anything with more chapters than that, but we are now. There's an entire true crime comedy podcast dedicated to bungling suspects and small town cops called Small Town Murder. It's a bit warped. That sounds perfect. That sounds lovely. I love a bit warped. I love a bit more than a bit warped. I am thoroughly a fan of all things macabre and warped and and screw ups. Excuse me. I got in trouble in school once because we got told to write a paper on a historical figure. That's all we got, which is incredibly vague and open to interpretation, like of who's considered historical, etc. So I did a paper on Elizabeth Bathory, which, if you know, you know, but she is known as the Blood Countess. Supposedly, most of this is bullshit. Like, a lot of this is legend and folklore and fairy tale and, and it's one of those, she was a real person. There was an actual Elizabeth Bathory. She was a Hungarian countess. And supposedly, yeah, I think Sarah knows. I think Sarah knows who she is. But there's supposedly, like, she murdered a lot of young girls and would bathe in their blood to stay young. If you've seen the Hostel movies, the second one, the way the actress who played the friend in Princess Diaries and was recently in second season of Wednesday, what the hell is her, Heather Maslow, I think is her name, or something like that. But she's known for playing the friend in the Princess Diaries, and she was just in second season Wednesday. She's in Hostel, the second one, which is better than the first one. And there's the scene where she dies is a tribute to the Blood Countess. That's what that whole scene is. Though, shout out to her, because apparently she's hung upside down in that scene. And Lily, that's her name, Lily, in Princess Diaries. And she had to be hung upside down, so she bought one of those inversion tables to practice, because if you hang upside down, as they found out when filming 09 Star Trek, you will pass out. Because they were filming the scene where they jump from the ship down to the space laser, where they're upside down, and originally they hung all three actors upside down. The problem was, after about 60 seconds, they started passing out, and it gets dangerous, so they wound up actually filming it in reverse by having them stand on mirrors and lean. they couldn't do that in hostels, so she bought an inversion table and practiced with it and actually got to the point where she could hang upside down for 6 minutes and stay conscious, which is a hell of an accomplishment. And it made their filming day a lot easier because they didn't have to take her down every 2 minutes. So yeah, I got in trouble for writing about Elizabeth Bathory. I got in trouble on both sides too, which was the confusing part. Because I got in trouble for writing about the horrific crimes that she was accused of, and then I got in trouble for saying that probably all of that is bullshit, and she was targeted because she was a wealthy and powerful single woman. She was widowed, and she had a lot of power and a lot of money in like 14 whatever, and she had enemies that surrounded her land that wanted to conquer her land, and they couldn't do that because of her, so they made up these rumors that she was crazy and killing local girls and blah blah blah, and I think they wound up imprisoning her in her castle and she died there. But there was never like actual proof of any murders that she committed. It was all just rumor and superstition. Like back then she was like also accused of like witchcraft, etc., because yeah, that's just how it went. Puppy, did you fart? He's not denying it. But for now, all rise for our national anthem, and then we'll see what the new book has to offer.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, hello, everyone. It's roughly 1,000,000 degrees here again. So the camera will be going off if I need to get up for any reason because I'm not wearing any pants. So, first things first, let's introduce all of our wonderful duckies. We have somebody falling off the shelf. There we go. Let's straighten that up. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Ellen Tudyk, Jeeves. Naruto tried to escape today, by the way. Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, Rosie House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark LaSalle, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickaduke, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack Chicard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, Katy Perry, Calvin, Abraham, Nicola. Why do I always forget Nicola? Nicola, Dewey, Gretzky, Cosmopolitan, Schwartz, Misty, Miney, and Padme. Schwartz, why are you falling down, man? I even have crazy glue on that one. It will not stay. Alright, we're gonna go with that for now. I gotta fix it later. Just don't fall on anyone. I don't need a duck avalanche. If you would like to add to our wonderful pantheon of ducks and help me get a new bed frame, which I desperately need because my bed broke more. I have it rigged so it's like okay, but it's not going to last much longer. So we have these random ducks that have never left this bag, but they would like to and join their friends on stage. PayPal link should be at the top of the chat. Let me know if it's not. So for $10, you may add a random duck that I will draw out of this bag at random. You get to name it, or I will if you don't want to. Or if you would like something a little more personal, we have our lovely painted ducks. Please specify which one. If you are sponsoring a painted duck, we have a Christmas Story duck, Youchie, Rooster duck, Porygon duck, Evel Knievel duck, Mark Zuckerberg duck, and Julia Roberts at the polo scene in Creating Women duck. This is currently my favorite. No, I'm surprised Christmas Story Duck has not been picked because it's such a popular movie. It's one of those movies I don't understand why it's popular, which is true of a lot of Christmas movies. I remember my aunt making me watch It's a Wonderful Life when I was 9 or 10. I still have no idea why that movie is so popular. It just doesn't ring with me. Same with The Christmas Story. I don't get that either. I also don't get why Napoleon Dynamite was popular because I saw it at a sleepover once and it was the most boring hour and a half of my life and I don't understand why anybody likes that movie. I don't understand how that got made. I don't understand why it's considered a movie. At least when the Jackass movies call themselves a movie, they're kind of joking. What? He's letting me know he has a belly available for rubbing, just in case I want to come down and be on his pillow with him and rub the belly. Yeah, right? It's just obnoxious and stupid. And it's like a series of vignettes that there's no point to it. And I'm like, how did you con a studio out of millions of dollars to film this? No, the same could be I even give more credit to the and I haven't seen the whole thing. I've only seen clips. But the Tom Green, that's his name. Tom Green, Freddy Got Fingered movie. I haven't seen all of it. I have not seen the infamous scene where it gets the title from. I've heard it's really bad. But that has more of a point than Napoleon Dynamite from what I've seen. It was an independent movie. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Though still, like he must have found a group of rich kids with more money than sense, and they didn't ask what the plot or the story was and just threw money at it. I mean, I'm sure they made their money because the movie was unexpectedly a hit. I'm not sure how or why, but I know it was very, very popular. All right. Do we have a preface? We might. Oh, and I noticed this. This is something that this author does because I read her other series, which we may read some of someday. It goes on forever. So when I say some, I mean some. But she tends to have little sections at the beginning of the book that fill you in characters and in the other book the vampires have their own language, so it's like a little dictionary at the front that tells you all the vampire words that are used throughout the series. In this one we have little dramatas personae descriptions of everyone. I haven't read these. I didn't want to get ahead. Um, but we'll give them a look because it's going to reintroduce us to all of our characters. I bet it didn't cost much because it shows. It shows that it had no goddamn budget. If they spent more than $1 million filming that, there was embezzlement. Hi, Ironton. We're trashing Napoleon Dynamite. I don't even remember who the girl in that movie is. Hi. Doggy on my leg. Yeah, you're not coming up. I'm sorry. You have been so thoroughly cold today. I don't know. If Ironton asks to see you, I'll pick you up. All right, we're gonna put the cover over there so it doesn't get wrecked. Ironton, do you want to see a puppy? What do you think? You're such a sucky baby. All right, somebody wants to see you, so up you come. Come on. No, Bo, I did not say lay down. I said come up. Come on, up. Give him a second, he'll do it. Come on, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Up, up. Come on, Bo. Yep, that's a good boy. Up, up. Come on, you can do it. There you go. Here's a puppy. Here he is. This is Bo, who's trying to block my face from being able to see the screen. Because then I won't talk to other people. Because he's a jealous little baby. You just like, no, look at me. Look at me. Look at me and only me. I'm the only thing in the world and my face is right in front of your face. So you can't see anything. And I'm the whole universe. Love me. Love me, pet me, love me, cuddle me. I'm a baby doggy. He's such a suck. Yes, he's a cute doggo. That's how he gets away with things. Right? He would like it known that also he barks. He's very good at barking. He's been barking at construction guys for 3 whole weeks, and not once have they tried to come in and steal his toys. So it's very effective barking. Genuinely, I've heard them laughing at him when he barks when they walk by the door. But they're laughing to hide how scared they are of you, right? Yeah, because you're so intimidating. Yes. He genuinely believes this. Long as there's a closed door between him and whatever he's barking at, he's the toughest, meanest, biggest, strongest, baddest puppy you ever saw. If the door opens, that's another matter. Then suddenly hiding behind mommy's legs is a good idea. Unless it's somebody he knows and then he's trying to climb up her legs going, pet me, love me, pet me, love me, you know me, pet me, pet me, pet me. You're an approved human, pet me. There's only been one person that he ever really doesn't like. There's a certain FedEx delivery guy, and I have no idea why. But when it's that guy, because I get FedEx packages for my neighbor when he's gone, and when it's that delivery guy, he growls. Or, well, he attempts to growl. He never really had a reason to growl before, so he hasn't quite worked out those sounds so much. But he can usually get a good grr going. And he growls at this one delivery guy, and I have no idea why. They've never met. I've never opened the door because I don't want him to try and bite someone. I don't think he would. I don't think he'd know how. But I don't want to find out. So I've never opened the door, but he growls at this one person, which is the weirdest thing. Because usually he wants everyone to be his friend. Like, he wants absolutely everyone to love him, cuddle him, be my friend. I'm the sweetest puppy in the history of puppies. I know, Ironton, that's what I'm thinking. That's why I also have never met the delivery guy. I don't open the door when he's here because I don't yeah, because I'm trusting the dog. The dog is picking up on something that he doesn't like about this human. And when he's the dog that loves everyone on site, like he I've seen him with like all kinds of delivery people or people that he's only met once, and he just wants love, 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 love. And he's your best friend, but this one person, he's like, you are bad news. And I growl at you, or I attempt to growl at you. You're getting better. You are getting better. He can make the grr sound for like 10 whole seconds. And then it turns into other random sounds. But he tries. Yes, trust the doggos. Always trust the doggos. Yes. Now, are you going to let me start reading the book? No. All right. You go back on your pillow and have a nap, okay? You can come back up for some cuddles later. All right? All right, little baby? He's pretending he can't hear me, of course. Come on. There we go. All right. On your pillow. Aw, somebody's happy to meet you because you're a good boy. He is a good boy. Oh. All right, so we've got our character recaps. Let's see what we got. Are we going to learn anything? Not reading the notes from the author because they might spoil stuff. Okay, up first we have Virginia Elizabeth Bradford Baldwin, also known as Little V.E., widow of William Baldwin, mother of Edward, Max, Lane, and Jin Baldwin, and a direct descendant of Elijah Bradford, the originator of Bradford Bourbon. A recluse with a chemical dependency on prescription pills. Chemical dependency, there's a nice way to put junkie. There are many reasons for her addiction, some of which threaten the very fabric of the family. Ooh, Stone Mommy knows the secrets. William Wyatt Baldwin, deceased husband of Little V.E. and father with her of Edward, Max, Lane, and Jin Baldwin. Also, father of a son by the family's now deceased controller, Rosalinda Freeland. We didn't know that. Okay, so there's spoilers in here. We didn't know that Rosalinda had a son and that he's the father. We didn't know that. At least I don't think we did. Did that go by in like one line and I forgot it? I don't think we knew that. Also father of an unborn child by his son Lane's soon-to-be ex-wife Chantal. We knew that. Chief Executive Officer of the Bradford Bourbon Company when he was alive. A man of low moral standards, great aspirations, and few scruples, whose body was recently found on the far side of the Falls of the Ohio. It just says Ohio, so if you didn't know that was a river, that would sound very weird. Edward Westfork there's a hell of a middle name. Bradford Baldwin, the son of Little B.E. and William Baldwin, formerly the heir apparent to the mantle of the Bradford Bourbon Company. Now a shadow of his previous self, the result of a tragic kidnapping and torture engineered by his own father. We also didn't know that. We suspected, but we did not know that. So yeah, this is given all kinds of spoilers. Authors, think about this shit when you write these little blurbs. So we suspected that, but we didn't know. He has turned his back on his family and retired to the red and black stables. Maxwell Prentice Baldwin. Okay, here's the one we don't know anything about. Second eldest son. Wow, I thought he was the youngest. Apparently not. Of Little V.E. and William Baldwin, black sheep of the family who has been away from Easterly, the historic Bradford estate in Charlemont, Kentucky for years. Sexy, scandalous, and rebellious, his return to the fold is problematic for a number of people in and outside the family. Okay, so I think we're going to meet him. Probably comes out in the will. The other kid? Yeah, probably. Jonathan Tulane Baldwin, known as Lane, youngest son. Okay, so he's the youngest son of Little V.E. and William Baldwin, reformed playboy and consummate poker player in the throes of a divorce from his first wife. With the family's fortunes in turmoil and embezzlement rife at the Bradford Bourbon Company, he's forced into the role of family leader and must rely now more than ever on his one true love, Lizzie King. Yes, we saw them get together at the end, even though they had there was no setup or buildup of the end was just rushed and fucked up. It was somebody meeting a deadline and cutting a lot of scenes. Virginia Elizabeth Baldwin, soon to be Ford, known as Gin, youngest offspring. Okay, so she's the youngest. Youngest offspring and only daughter of Little V.E. and William Baldwin, a rebellious contrarian who thrives on attention. She's been the bane of her family's existence, especially since she had a child out of wedlock during her college years and barely graduated. Didn't we hear she got pregnant at 16? 16 is not college. She's on the verge of marrying Richard Ford, the heir to a liquor distributing company and fortune. Amelia Franklin Baldwin, daughter of Gin and Gin's one true love, Samuel T. Lodge. A student at Hotchkiss School, she's the chip off her mother's block. That's all we get. Lizzie King, horticulturalist who has worked at Easterly for nearly a decade and has kept its gardens nationally renowned showcase of rare specimens, plants, and flowers. In love with Lane Baldwin and fully committed to their relationship, not into the drama of the family, however. Well, if you're gonna marry into it, get fucking used to it, because it ain't going anywhere. Samuel Theodore Lodge III, attorney, sexy southern gentleman, stylish dresser, press X to date, and privileged pedigreed bad boy. The only man who has ever gotten through to Gin has no idea that Amelia is his daughter. Sutton Endicott Smythe. What is with the weird fucking middle names, these people? Newly elected CEO of the Sutton Distillery Corporation, Bradford Bourbon Company's biggest rival in the marketplace. In love with Edward for years, she has excelled professionally, but stagnated in her personal life, in large measure because no one compares to Edward. Except they were never a thing. They had the hots for each other for years, but neither of them ever did anything about it. Shelby Landis, daughter of thoroughbred racing legend whose father Jeb mentored Edward when it came to horses. Hardworking, strong woman, she takes care of Edward even when he doesn't want her to. So is she just going to be brushed aside? Miss Aurora Toms, Easterly's head chef for decades, capable of serving up soul food or cordon bleu cooking with a strong hand and a warm heart, suffering from terminal cancer. Maternal force in Lane Edward Max's and Gin's lives, and their true moral compass for the children. Edwin McAllen, master distiller of the Bradford Bourbon Company, cultivating a new strain of yeast. He's racing against time and limited resources to keep the stills running. Hasn't been in love with a woman for a long time, if ever married to his job. Chantal Blair Stowe Baldwin, Lane's soon-to-be ex-wife, pregnant with William Baldwin's illegitimate child, a beauty queen with all the depth of a saucer. I like that. I might steal that. She's threatening to expose the paternity of her unborn baby as a way to get more money from Lane in divorce proceedings. She's already, like, girl, she comes from money. Like, just go home. Rosalinda Freeland, former controller of the Bradford family estate, committed suicide in her office in the mansion making Hemlock, mother to Randolph Damian Freeland, 18, whose father is William Baldwin. I don't think we even knew she had a kid. I don't think we even knew that. But apparently, I'm guessing it's going to come out. He's going to be named in the will or something, and that's how everyone's going to find out. Wouldn't it do the opposite? Yes, thank you. Yeah, because it proves that she was unfaithful. If she's carrying daddy's baby, yeah, that would work against her in a divorce. Also, we know it was the father that beat her, but she accused Lane of it. That'd work against her as well. Like, yeah, no, that makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, if she wants, she can sue the dead guy's estate for child support. She can do that. But no, it would not help her in the divorce proceedings to point out that she'd been having a multi-year affair with the father of her husband and is carrying his illegitimate baby. That's not going to help her. You know, unless we're supposed to believe that, oh, the scandal of it all would just somehow affect the family or the company at all. Like, if William was still alive, maybe, but he's dead. So no one's going to care, like, about some scandal with him now. He's dead. So, yeah, she thinks the estate, she does, it's true, she does not know about the financial problems. She doesn't know that. So I'm sure that will come as a shock to her at some point. All right, we have the cover page, the Angel's Share, and we're starting with the obituary for the father. Charlemont Courier Journal Obituaries, William W. Baldwin. Mr. William Wyatt Baldwin passed into the loving arms of his Lord and Savior 2 days prior. A world-renowned businessman, philanthropist, and civic leader, he has served as Chief Executive Officer of the Bradford Bourbon Company for 36 years. Over the course of his tenure, he ushered in a new era of bourbon appreciation and took the company to over $1 billion in annual revenue, which is another reason they should not be having any kind of financial problems. Like, the way the supposed financial problems are written is so stupid and convoluted and makes no fucking sense, and it just isn't real. Like, reading lazy ass shit like that makes me think I'm crazy for all the research I do for my novel to make sure that I get things right and I don't sound stupid. You know, I'm sure I'm on multiple watch lists for things for what I've researched, but I don't want to sound the way that the financial crap in this sounds. Stupid and sloppy and make no sense. And ugh. Ugh. A devoted family man, he is survived by his loyal wife, Virginia Elizabeth Bradford Baldwin, and his beloved children, Edward Westfork Bradford Baldwin, Max Prentice Baldwin, Jonathan Tulane Baldwin, and Virginia Elizabeth Baldwin, and his beloved granddaughter, Amelia Franklin Baldwin. Visitation and private services are at the convenience of the family. In lieu of flowers, donations may be sent to the University of Charlemont in Mr. Baldwin's name. Ugh. Chapter 1. Big Five Bridge, Charlemont, Kentucky. Now I want to know if that's a real bridge. Is there really a bridge called Big Five? It's very American if there is. Jonathan Tulane Baldwin leaned out over the rail of the new bridge that connected Charlemont, Kentucky with its closest Indiana neighbor, New Jefferson. Is there actually a place called New Jefferson? The Ohio River was 50 feet below, the muddy, swollen waters reflecting the multicolored lights that graced each of the span's 5 acres. As he rose up onto the tips of his loafers, he felt as though he were falling, but that was merely an illusion. He imagined his father jumping off this very ledge to his death. William Baldwin's body had been found at the base of the falls of the Ohio 2 days ago, and for all the man's accomplishments in life, for all his lofty pursuits, he had ended his mortal coil tangled and mangled in a boat slip next to an old fishing trawler that had a resale value of $200, 300 tops. Oh, the ignominy. What had it been like to fall? There must have been a rushing breeze in the face as William had been fisted by gravity and pulled down to there's I'm gonna die already. Fisted by gravity and pulled down into the water. Clothes must have flapped as flags, slapping against the body and leg. Eyes must have watered from gusts or perhaps even emotion. No, it would have been the former. The impact had to have hurt, but then what? A shocked inhale that had sucked the river's foul waves in, a choking sense of suffocation, or did a knockout render him blissfully unaware? Or perhaps it had all ended with a heart attack from the adrenaline overload of the descent, a stinging pain in the center of the chest radiating down the left arm, preventing a life-saving swim stroke. Had he still been conscious when the coal barge hit him, when that propeller had chewed him up? Certainly by the time he went over the falls, he was dead. Jeffersonville, Indiana connects to Louisville. So there's not a new Jefferson. Why are we that's another thing I don't understand in these books is why are we making up places while we have like half real places because the Ohio River is real. Obviously Kentucky and Indiana are real. You know, the why can I not remember the name of the horse race? The Kentucky Derby is real. And yet we have these fake cities and fake counties and a fake racetrack for the Kentucky Derby to be held at rather than just saying the name of the real track. Does that even count as research? Does it even count as research to just pick a real goddamn place? I feel like such a nerd. Where's my list? I need to see my list to calm myself. Where's my list? I numbered it to make myself feel better. Don't ask me why. I have researched 182 subjects, some of which, keep in mind, when I say research, I don't just mean I Googled them. Some of these I have spent hours, even days, deep diving into these subjects for like 1 or 2 lines, which I know sounds crazy, but they have to be right. If I have a character who is a surgeon talking about surgery, it better goddamn well be right. Because you know there are people out there who, if it is wrong, are going to know it's wrong and they're going to call you an idiot. Let's see. What are my last ones? We had obscure words that mean sex, historical euphemisms for sex, what city in China is known for gambling, and Matahari. Because then she would have had to describe Main Street and local landmarks. You know, you can get away with. It is probably trademarked, that's true. Because I'm sure they like sell advertising and stuff. Ugh. Yeah, fake places you can say whatever you want. Yeah, that's what I get for setting part of my story in the very real towns of Boston and London, so that I have to actually look up real things that exist there. Like how many people can fit in the London Met Opera building? It's about 1,400. And what year did they install outdoor security cameras? Post 2002, which actually matters in my story. Because it means at the time I'm setting an event there wouldn't have been outdoor cameras, and that works better for me. Because if there were outdoor cameras at the time, I would have had to explain that. But they didn't put them in until after 9/11, so I'm good. But that's the kind of detail that when you get it wrong, it stands out. It's like in I forget which Harry Potter movie, but it's one of them where it shows the Dark Wizards destroying the Millennium Bridge in London. And it's like, the Harry Potter books take place between like 1992 and 1999. Therefore, the Millennium Bridge did not exist. But, those movies play fast and loose with time a lot. I am kind of excited to see the new series, though, just because I want to see what they did with it. I want to see if they did it better, because I know the movies got a lot of praise and they made a bajillion dollars, but quite frankly, they're not that good. They're not that good as movies, and they're not that faithful. And they contradict themselves. They lose track of details. They didn't care that much about telling a good story. The fourth one is ridiculous. Fourth or fifth one, whichever one where they tried to be Twilight, which I hope the director got fired. What's NOS? No, it's true in the books they don't really specify a year too much. No, I still just find it hilarious that in the course of filming the new series, not otherwise specified. Okay, that's a good shorthand. That when filming the new series, they had to start putting microchips in the props and the costumes because people kept stealing them from set, and then they weren't there when they needed them to film. And apparently, they've already they filmed the first season, and there's already major recasting happening. I haven't heard who yet, but I swear, if they recast Hermione because a bunch of racist bitches were bitching online, I'm not ever going to watch it, because you don't give in to that crap. And also, J.K. Rowling herself said, she never specified the race of any character. Not really. When is that coming out? Does anyone know? When does the Harry Potter series finally drop? I know they're holding it back because they're afraid, but I would think, Halloween would kind of be their go time. Also, I know Practical Magic 2 is out really soon, and I really, really, really want to see it. I know I'm taking a chance on a sequel of a beloved classic, which is always, troublesome and can break your heart, but I want to see it. I'm also really tempted to look at a cast list so I know who's returning, but that'll spoil things, so I haven't done it. They got Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman. I'm good with that. I'm hoping they have the ants. I'm somehow hoping Goran Vincic comes back, even though that would make no sense. And I forget the name of the guy who played Officer Hallett. I forget his name. He was popular for a while. I don't even know if he still acts. Oh, and her crazy friend from the store that's been in everything that I always recognize. I hope she's around too. Lane wished he knew for sure the man had suffered. To know that there had been pain, tremendous, agonizing pain, and also fear. A ringing, overwhelming fear that would have been a powerful relief. A balm to the swill of emotions that his father's watery death caused him to drown in even while he stood on dry land. Over $68 million you stole. Well, somebody's messaging me. Lane said to the uncaring wind. Okay, if your company is making $1 billion in revenue, 68 million ain't gonna cripple things. I'm not saying it's not bad, but that's my point. The numbers on this make no fucking sense. Lane said to the uncaring wind, the disinterested drop, the bored current down below, and the company's in even more debt. What the hell did you do with it? Where did the money go? I thought we established that he gambled it. I thought we knew that. There was no answer coming up at him, of course, and that would have been the same if the man were still alive and Lane were confronting him in person. Gee, almost like you should have done that when you had the chance. And my wife, he barked. You fucked my wife. Under the roof you shared with my mother. And got Chantal pregnant. Not that Lane's marriage to the former Chantal Blair Stowe had been anything other than a certificate he'd been coerced into putting his name to. But at least he was owning that mistake and taking care of it. No wonder Mother is a drug addict. No wonder she hides. She must have known about the other women. Must have known who and what you were, you bastard. As Lane closed his eyes, he saw a dead body, but not his father's swollen, mottled mess of a corpse on that slab from when Lane had gone to the morgue to ID the remains. No, he saw a woman sitting upright in her office in the family's mansion, her sensible, modest skirt and button-down blouse perfectly arranged, her bobbed hair only a little mussed, grass-stained running shoes on her feet instead of the flats she had always worn. There had been a horrible grimace on her face, the Joker's mad grin from the hemlock she had taken. He'd found the body 2 days before his father had jumped. So this confirms the entire first book takes place over literally 2 days. Rosalind is dead because of you, you son of a bitch. She worked for you in our house for 30 years, and you might as well have killed her yourself. She was the reason Lane had found out about the missing money. The former controller for the family's household accounts had left a kind of suicide note behind. A USB drive with Excel spreadsheets showing the alarming withdrawals and the transfers to WWB Holdings, William Wyatt Baldwin Holdings. There was a good 68 million reasons she had poisoned herself. All because Lane's father had forced her to do unethical things until her sense of decency had snapped her in half. We don't know any of this. He's assuming all of this. We don't even know for sure that it was suicide. And I know what you did to Edward. I know that was your fault too. You set up your own son in South America. They kidnapped him because of you, and you refused to pay the ransom so they'd kill him. Did we prove this? Did somebody prove this somewhere? Because this is all just conjecture. Business rival gone while you get to look like the grieving father. Or did you do it because he too suspected that you were stealing? Edward had survived, except Lane's older brother was now nothing but a ruined shell with an irregular heartbeat, no longer the heir apparent to the business, the throne, the crown. William Baldwin had done so much evil. And these things were only what Lane knew about. What else was out there? Equally important was what to do about it all. What could he do? He felt like he was at the helm of a great ship that had been turned into a rocky shore right before its rudder snapped off. Yes, maybe. Lost my place. Equally important was what to do about it all. What could he do? Oh, we read that. With a quick surge of strength, he swung his legs up and over the heavy steel railing, his loafers slipping on the 6-inch lip on the far side. Is anybody going to notice that he's on the outside railing of a bridge? Yeah, hemlock is left field. I know the word hemlock was said, but there has not been time. We have not had an autopsy on either body. We do not have a confirmed cause of death for either body. There was some speculation that it was suicide, but there was also speculation that it was murder. So we don't know. Like, if we're supposed to take this as the truth, there are some missing scenes where none of this was proved. Yeah, no, like the hemlock thing, I don't. Yeah, no, it's just. Yeah, we're getting information that we didn't have before. And I don't know if we're supposed to believe it. Like, is this just him speculating, or is he saying like he actually knows this and we just weren't there to see it? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out how he knows later or something. Heart pumping, hands and feet going numb, mouth drying out until he could not swallow. He held on behind his hips with an undergrip and leaned even further into the abyss. So Guy is hanging off a bridge and like, is anyone gonna notice? Because here they have like cameras that pick up on that kind of thing and send police. That's why there's a bridge downtown that has a very high fence around it for exactly that reason, that they had to take down. For they were filming a scene from Handmaid's Tale there, so they took the fence down because it wouldn't be there in the show for a couple days, and they got like over 300 phone calls saying the fence is gone, the safety fence is gone, and they had to be like, yeah, we know, it's for filming a movie, it'll be put back up. They really should have put up like a sign or something though. uh, what had it felt like? He could jump, or just step off and fall, fall, fall until he knew for certain what his father had been through. Would he end up in the same boathouse slip? Would his body also find the propeller of a barge and be great whited in the filthy fresh waters of the Ohio? How is it filthy and fresh water at the same time? In his mind, clear as day, he heard his mama say in her deep southern drawl, God does not give us more than we can handle. Oh, that's right. At the end, it got like stupidly religious for no reason. Ugh. Miss Aurora's faith had certainly seen her through more things than most mere mortals could bear. As an African American growing up in the South in the 50s, she had faced discrimination and injustices he couldn't even imagine. And yet, Miss Aurora had more than endured, triumphing in culinary school, running the gourmet kitchen at Easterly not just like a French chef, but better, while also mothering him and his brothers and sister as no one else had, becoming the soul of Easterly, the touchstone for so many, the beacon that, until he had met his Lizzie, had been the only light on the horizon for him. Lane wished he believed as his mama did, and oh God, Miss Aurora had faith in him. Faith that he would turn this all around, save the family, be the man she knew he could be the man his father was not and never had been, no matter the trappings of his wealth and success. Jump. He could just jump, and it was over. Was that what his father had thought? With the lies and the embezzlement being exposed, with Rosalinda's death the harbinger for the dirge of discovery, had William come here because he alone knew the true extent of what he had done and to the depth of hole that had to be dug out? Had he recognized that the game was up, his time was coming, and even with all his financial acumen, he wasn't going to be able to solve the problem he'd created? Or had he decided to fake his own death and failed by succeeding? I don't think you actually jump if you're going to fake your own death. Was somewhere out there, perhaps in an offshore account or in a bank vault in Switzerland under his name or another, everything that had been siphoned off? Yeah, I'd be looking for like hidden accounts, definitely, because they know that he was using at least some of the money for gambling, so he probably wasn't doing all that under his own name, or it would have gotten out eventually. So yeah, I'd absolutely be looking for hidden bank accounts and safety deposit boxes and that kind of thing. Lane refocused on the waters. No. So many questions, and the lack of answers coupled with the stress of having to fix it all was the kind of thing that could drive you insane. Lane refocused on the waters. He could barely see them from this height. In fact, he could see nothing but blackness with the merest hint of shimmer. There was, he realized, a certain siren call to the coward's way out. A pull, like gravity, to an end that he could control. One hard impact and it was all over and done with. The deaths, the deceit, the debt, everything wiped clean. The festering infection that was going to hold no longer and was about to be unleashed publicly, nothing to worry about any more. Had there been sleepless nights for his father, regrets, when William had stood here? Had there been a to and fro about should he, shouldn't he, fly for a few moments and be done with the terrible mess he created? Had the man even once considered the ramifications of his actions? An over 200-year-old fortune wiped out, not even in a generation, but in a matter of a year or two. Wind whistled in Lane's ears. That siren call. Edward, his older, formerly perfect brother, was not going to clean all this up. Jin, his only sister, was incapable of thinking about anything other than herself. Maxwell, his other brother, had been MIA for 3 years now. His mother was still bedbound and drug-addled. So everything was in the hands of a poker-playing former man-whore with no financial, managerial, or relevant practical experience. All he had at long last was the love of a good woman. We couldn't have put that in a worse way. But in this horrible reality, even that wasn't going to help him. Great. So he's so grateful to have her, but she's useless. That's so nice. Ay. Toyota trucks were not supposed to go 75 miles an hour, especially when they were 10 years old. Do Toyota trucks secretly suck? 75 isn't that fast. At least the driver was wide awake, even though it was 4 a.m. Lizzie King had a death grip on the steering wheel, and her foot on the accelerator was actually touching the floor as she headed for a rise in the highway. She'd woken up in her bed at her farmhouse alone. Ordinarily, that would have been the status quo, but not anymore, not now that Lane was back in her life. The wealthy playboy and the estate gardener had finally gotten their act together, love bonding the two unlikelies closer and stronger than the molecules of a diamond. And she was going to stand by him no matter what the future held. After all, it was so much easier to give up extraordinary wealth when you had never known it, never aspired to it, and especially when you had seen behind its glittering curtain to the sad, desolate desert on the far side of the glamour and prestige. God, the stress Lane was under. And so out of bed she had gotten, down the creaking stairs she had gone, and all around her little house's first floor she had wandered. When Lizzie had looked outside, she discovered his car was missing. The Porsche he drove and parked beside the maple tree in her front porch nowhere to be seen. And as she had wondered why he had left without telling her, she'd begun to worry. She's going to find him hanging off the bridge. Yeah, right? Didn't they have like a 10-year long like series of ads about like how tough and durable their trucks are, and like because like them and like Dodge had like a rivalry for like who makes the better pickup truck, and it's like a whole thing. Just a matter of nights since its father had killed himself. Only a matter of days since William Baldwin's body had been found on the far side of the Falls of the Ohio. And ever since then, Lane's face had had a faraway look. Excuse me. His mind churning always with the missing money, the divorce papers he had served on the rapturous Chantal. I'm not even sure that's the word. Rapacious. Rapacious? I don't know this word. The status of the household bills and the precarious situation at the Bradford Bourbon Company. His brother Edwin's Edward's terrible physical condition, Miss Aurora's illness. But he hadn't said a thing about any of it. His insomnia had been the only sign of the pressure, and that was what scared her. Lane always made an effort to be composed around her, asking her about her work in Easterly's gardens, rubbing her bad shoulder, making her dinner, usually badly, but who cared? Ever since they had gotten the air cleared between the two of them and had fully recommitted to their relationship, which was a whole, 48 hours ago, he had all but moved into her farmhouse, and as much as he loved having her with him, she had been waiting for the implosion to occur. It would almost have been easier if he had been ranting and raving, and now she feared that time had come, and some sixth sense made her terrified about where he had gone. Easterly, the Bradford family estate, was the first place she thought of, or maybe the old site, where his family's bourbon was still made and stored, or perhaps Miss Aurora's Baptist church. Yes, Lizzie tried him on his phone, and when the thing had rung on the table on his side of the bed, she hadn't waited any longer after that. Clothes on, keys in hand, out to the truck. No one else was on I-64 as she headed for the bridge to get across the river. She kept the gas on even as she crested the hill and hit the decline to the river's edge on the Indiana side. In response, her old truck picked up even more speed along with a death rattle that shook the wheel in the seat. But the damn Toyota was going to hold together because she needed it to. I can't tell if this is pro Toyota or taking a shot at them. Lane, where are you? God, all the times she had asked him how he was and he'd said fine. All those opportunities to talk that he hadn't taken her up on. All the glances she'd shot him when he'd been looking her way, all the time her monitoring for signs of cracking or strain. And yet there had been little to no emotion after that one moment they'd had together in the garden. That private, sacred moment where she had sought him out under the blooms of the fruit trees and told him that she'd gotten it wrong about him, that she had misjudged him, that she was prepared to make a pledge to him and with the only thing she had, the deed to her farmhouse, which was exactly the kind of asset that could be sold to help pay for the lawyer's fees as he fought to save his family. Yeah, that was out of nowhere and really, really stupid. Lane had held her and told her he loved her, and refused her gift, explaining he was going to fix everything himself, and that he was going to somehow find the stolen money, pay back the enormous debt, right the company, resurrect his family's fortunes. And she had believed him. Though why, we don't know. Because he's on a bridge going, I don't know what to do. Being overly greedy, gasping, or living by hunting other animals. It describes a fierce, selfish desire to take things by force or extreme want. Okay, that works. That works. Shout out to dictionary.com. She still did. But ever since then, he'd been both as warm and closed off as a space heater, physically present and completely disengaged at the same time. Lizzie didn't blame him in the slightest. It was strangely terrifying, however. Off in the distance across the river, Charlemont's business district glowed and twinkled. A false earthbound galaxy that was a lovely lie, and the bridge that connected the two shores was still lit up in the spring green and bright pink for Derby, and a preppy rainbow to that promised land. Ugh. The good news was that there was no traffic, so as soon as Lizzie was on the other side, she could take the River Road exit off the highway, shoot north to Easterly's Hill, and see if his car was parked in front of the mansion. Then she didn't know what she was going to do. The newly constructed bridge had 3 lanes going in both directions, the concrete median separating east from west, tall and broad for safety purposes. There were rows of white lights down the middle, and everything was shiny, not just from the illumination, but a lack of exposure to the elements. Construction had finished in March. The first lanes of traffic had made the crossing in early April, cutting rush hour delays down. Up ahead, parked in what was usually the slow lane, was a vehicle that her brain recognized before her eyes properly focused on it. Lane's Porsche. It was Lane's. Lizzie nailed the brake pedal harder than she'd been pounding the accelerator, and the truck made the transition from full force forward to full on stop with the grace of a sofa falling out a second-story window. Everything shuddered and shook on the verge of structural disintegration. And worse, there was barely any change in velocity as her Toyota had worked too hard to gain the speed and wasn't going to let the momentum go without a fight. There was a figure on the edge of the bridge, on the very farthest edge of the bridge, on the lip of the bridge over the deadly drop. Lane, she screamed. Lane. Her truck went into a spin, pirouetting such that she had to wrench her head around to keep him in her sights. And she jumped out before the Toyota came to a full stop, leaving the gearshift in neutral, the engine running, and the door open in her wake. Lane! No! Lane! Lizzie pounded across the pavement and surmounted the barriers that seemed flimsy, too flimsy given the distance down to the river. Lane jerked his head around and lost one hold of the railing behind him. Oh, we're doing the Titanic thing! As his grip slipped, shock registered on his face in a flash of surprise. It was immediately replaced by horror when he fell into nothing but air. Lizzie's mouth could not open wide enough to release her scream. Is this going to be somebody's dream, or is he going to, survive falling into the river? She's going to reach out and catch him by a scarf or something stupid like that. End of chapter, by the way. Ugh. Ugh, itchy. Ugh, I'm sure I'll wake up at some point. No, still, all I want to do is freaking sleep. I feel like I could sleep for a month. This is cruel. Chapter 2 Poker. As Lane found himself with nothing beneath his feet and the between his feet and the Ohio River, as his body went into free fall, as a sickening burst of fight or flight blasted too late through his veins, his mind latched onto a poker game he'd been playing at the Bellagio in Las Vegas 7 years before. Good thing his descent had gone into slow motion. There had been 10 sitting around the high-stakes table. The buy-in had been 25,000. There had been 2 smokers, 8 bourbon drinkers, 3 with sunglasses on, 1 beard, 2 wearing baseball caps, and a so-called preacher in an oddly proportioned white silk suit that Elvis might have worn in the 80s, if the king had put up the peanut butter and banana sandwiches and lived long enough to experience the decades punk influence. No idea what any of that means. More importantly, as it turned out, there had been a former Navy officer 2 seats over from Lane, and soon enough, as people had dropped out, the pair of them had ended up with nobody between them. The former soldier had no tell to speak of, likely the result of being in far more deadly situations for a living than a green felt table and a padded stool. He'd also had strange pale green eyes and a deceptively unassuming presence. And it was strange to think that that guy, who Lane had ended up beating with a pair of kings ace high, would be the last person he thought of. Well, second to last. People drinking bourbon, yes. I need a tally. I need paper. Nope, that's got crap all over it already. Aha! Cardboard. I also got brand name for Toyota a couple times. Alright, we officially have our tally card. Oh, and she said Porsche a couple times too. There's so much puppy hair. Oh, he's happily napping. Once he gets his fill of attention, he's good for a nap. He looks very, very comfy. Uh, Lizzie. Oh God, he hadn't expected Lizzie to come and find him out there, and the surprise had caused what was going to be a fatal mistake. Oh God, Lizzie. Back to the poker player. The guy had talked about his experiences on an aircraft carrier out in the ocean, how they'd been trained to jump off heights of 30, 40, 50 feet above the water. How, if you wanted a shot at living, there was a specific arrangement you needed to get your body into before you hit the surface. It was all about the drag coefficient, which you wanted to get as close to zero as possible. Feet first was a bane. Ankles crossed was a necessary, with the latter being critical so that your legs couldn't get snapped open like the wishbone on a Thanksgiving turkey. After that, you wanted one arm in front of your torso, with the hand grabbing at the opposite elbow. The other arm you needed running up the middle of your chest, the palms splayed out over your mouth and nose. Head had to be on level with the top of your spine or you risk concussion or whiplash. Go in like a knife. Otherwise, water, when hit at a great speed, had more in common with cement than anything you could pour into a glass. Displace as little as possible, like a cliff diver, and pray that your internal organs somehow slowed down at a rate that was compatible with their anchoring holds on your skeleton. Otherwise, the Navy guy had said, your insides were going to be a pepperjack omelet before it hit the pan, rushing to fill the spaces in your rib cage. Lane locked himself in, using every muscle he had to turn himself into a thin, strong steel like that knife blade. Well, we know he's gonna survive because it's the beginning of the book. The wind. God, the sound of the wind in his ears was like the roar of a tornado, and there was no flapping, or at least none that he was aware of. In fact, the falling had a strange sandblasting quality to it, like he was being hit by waves of particles and time stood still. He felt like he hung there forever in the Neverland between the solid footing he had just had and the watery grave that was going to claim him, just as it had his father. I love you. At least that was what he meant to say. What came out of his mouth before he hit? No clue. Hi, Deacon. Good to see ya. Hello to Butters. Oh, and to Izzy, Ozzy, and Persephone. I believe I forgot to say hello to them. Can't leave any pets out. How goes Butters versus the treat duck? Has he beheaded it yet? Because I know sure as fuck he ain't pressing the button to get a treat. He is never, ever, ever going to do that because he's a kitty. The impact was something he felt in his hips and his knees, as his legs jammed into his torso. Then there was the rush of cold. As pain lit up his motherboard, everything got cold. Cold, cold. The river claimed his chest and his head like a body bag being zipped over a corpse. The black envelope closing, locking out fresh air, light, sound. Muffled. So muffled. Swim, he thought. Swim. His arms failed to obey, but as his momentum slowed, his legs kicked out, and then, yes, his hands clawed at the water, which was soft now. He opened his eyes, or maybe they hadn't been shut, but he felt the sudden stinging there, acid against his pupils. Yeah, I'm sure this water is very filthy. No breathing. As much as his instincts were to release the overload of sensation with an exhale, he hoarded his precious oxygen. Kicking, clawing, he fought. For life. So he could get back to the woman he hadn't wanted to leave the first time, and hadn't meant to leave this time. So he could prove that he was different from his father. And so he could change. The hell? Somebody is calling from the lobby, and they shouldn't be. Hello? Hello? Sorry, what? I cannot hear you. I'm sorry, who are you? Okay, I may have to get up in a minute and see what the fuck, because there shouldn't be anyone buzzing me. I'm not expecting anything, and it's 9:30 at night. Plus, I'm pretty sure the guy talking through the phone sounded drunk. So if somebody knocks on my door, we'll see. That was exceedingly weird. I couldn't make out anything that he was saying. And like, I'm not expecting anything right now, and FedEx does not deliver this late. Plus, my neighbor always texts me when I'm expecting something for him, and he's home right now. So they wouldn't be bringing it here anyway. Oh, that got Puppy's attention. He's up and standing in front of me. Are you waiting to see if someone comes to the door? Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking random inebriated person who somehow managed to dial my buzzer. Bo, don't whine. See, because now he thinks there's people, and that means, potential petting and being loved on, and somebody telling him he's a good boy. And so why aren't I getting up and going to the door to welcome this person that wants to pet and cuddle and love him? Yeah, that's come on, YouTube, click what I'm telling you. That's exactly what I'm thinking, because it is a Saturday night. But I'm not letting some random person in. They hung up. I couldn't make out what the fuck they were saying anyway. I'm not sure Bo knows how to bite. I mean, he theoretically does, because he's a dog, but he's never actually done it. But if someone comes to the door, he'll let me know. Won't you? Yes, you will. Lay down, my little darling. Yes, you my little darling. I don't think anyone's coming, or they probably would have been up here by now. I see your tail. Let me know if you hear people, okay? Because, yeah, I'm not expecting anything. So he could prove that he was different from his father, and so he could change the bankrupted future that he feared was written on his family's gravestone. As Lane went off the bridge, Lizzie's first thought was that she was going after him, to the point where she nearly did a pole vault over the rail and leapt for the river herself. But she stopped because she couldn't help him that way. Hell, she would probably land on him just as he came up for air, assuming he did. Oh God. Fumbling, phone, phone. She needed her. She barely heard the screech of tires right next to her, and the only reason she looked at whoever had stopped was because her cell popped out of her palm and went flying in that direction. Did he jump? The man shouted. Did he jump? Fell. She snatched her phone out of thin air before it hit the asphalt. He fell. My brother's a cop. 911. They both dialed at the same time, and Lizzie turned away to lift up on her toes and peer over the rail. She couldn't see anything below because of the lights all around her and the tears she was blinking away. Her heart was pounding in fits and starts, and she had some vague idea that her hands and feet were tingling. Somebody's at the door. Yep, Moe's doing his "Who are you?" sniff. I'll be right back. Cell phone, sharp knife, dog, who is telling me that somebody is at the door. Okay. Yes, I'm wearing shorts over panties. Whoever was there, they're gone now. There's no package or anything. There's no note, so I have no idea. You did good, Bo. You're a very good boy. Yes, you did good. Yes. Pet puppy. You did good. Yes, you did so good, didn't you? Yes, you did. Yeah, we're all clear. There's no one there. Oh, we need up. Come on. Oh yes. Well, he needs full praising, because he just scared off a bad guy. He's very sure that he just did something very brave, and so he deserves to be commended. Right? Yeah. Pat me, love me, tell me I'm a good boy. Let me lick your face with my 200-degree breath. Oh, puppy, why are you so hot? It is 32 degrees right now. It's very, very warm. And I will take this moment to remind everyone, if you would like to help me on my project of getting a new bread frame, because the one I currently have is breaking and going to fall apart any day. You are just in time for the Bo cameo. He scared away mystery guy who buzzed me. So he's getting loved on and praised. So if you would like to help the puppy have a new bed frame so he can cuddle in bed more, use the PayPal link at the top of the chat. You can sponsor a duck for $10. We have random duck or painted ducks that I would show you, but I would need both hands. For the grand sum of $25, I will put on these very real handcuffs. There is a key. These are real. These are not safety cuffs. So because they do not have a safety release button, there is a key both inside the pouch, and there is a key on a string around the monitor. So there is always a key within reach because we practice safety here. So if you're using real handcuffs, there must always be a key within reach. So for $25, I will put these on for the rest of the evening. These are my personal favorite, by the way. It's been a long time since I've had them on. Or for $50, I will pick one of these Skittle flavors at random, make it and chug it all in one. We have tried every single flavor, so unless you specify a flavor, which you certainly can do, there is grape, green apple, orange, and strawberry if you would like to choose a flavor. Otherwise, I will choose one at random. These are actually pretty good. I was expecting them to be a lot more disgusting than they are. They're not. I'm still considering that Sour Patch powder, but for some reason it like doubled in price between when I looked at it the first time. The first time I looked at it, it was like $21. Now it's like $49. It's probably because it's like not. I don't think it's like being made anymore, so it's like a discounted thing from America. But I'll keep an eye out to see if I find a good deal for it. So those are our options. If you would like to help me get a non-broken bed frame for me and the puppy, that is the current project. That and a sitting up in bed pillow to go with it. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? He thinks when I dropped the Naruto duck on the floor, he wasn't quick enough to steal it. Yes, I know. That was very disappointing for you. One of these days, he will eat a duck. Right, Bo? Yeah, you'll get one. He knows he will because he's the biggest, bestest, toughest puppy ever. He just scared away a total stranger. Yes. Yes, you did, didn't you? Didn't you? Yes, you did. Oh, yes, we did. And we're just the best puppy in the history of puppies, aren't we? Yes, we are. All right. There's our puppy. Oh, yes. Say hi to Sasha. She's the other doggy. Say hi, Sasha. I'd be friends with you. We could run around and chase rabbits together. Mostly I'd just run in circles like a little lunatic, because that's what I do. He doesn't care so much about chasing things, he just likes to run. Run and run and run and run and run. Right? That's your favorite thing to do, isn't it? Yes, just run, 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 run. You can go pretty damn fast, too. Yes, you can. You're very speedy. You're very, very speedy. Yes, you are. You scare the shit out of me by running an inch away from a building before you turn. Yeah, you scare Mommy when you do that. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, Billy, Billy, Billy. Belly hug. Yes, belly hug. Belly hug. Oh, I really need to turn the fan back on me because I am far too hot. Okay, there we go. Oh, air. Much better. Okay. Now I'm not melting. Well, I'm less melting. I cannot guarantee Sasha would be friends with them, although she has been nice to the chicken, so if Bo can pretend to be a chicken playing dead, it could work. Oh my god, Bo around chickens. Oh my god. Oh my god, he'd go insane. Like, he would just, oh my god, him around chickens, it would, oh my god, the chaos. He did do a great job. Yes, he did. I have puppy hair on my mouth. How do you always manage to get puppy hair in my mouth, huh? How do you do that? Oh, why does heartburn always have to hit right here? Izzy refuses to use her wheel unless she can use my scritching hand as a target and get all the pets while she's running. Well, she's She's figured out a better system. I mean, why should she just run on a wheel when she could run on a wheel while being scritched and petted? Obviously, one is much better. She's also clearly going, all right, I will exercise, but you're going to pet me for it. Butters doesn't like men. Okay. Well, you are his mommy. And he probably doesn't like men because men don't dote on him and feed him the way the women do. So he knows who's the better of the two, the one that loves on him and feeds him. Why should he pay attention to anyone who doesn't love on him and feed him? He's not a stupid kitty. Hot. Her body was feeling hot, as if it were high noon in July, and she felt as though she were sweating buckets. 3 rings. What if no one picked up? As she wrenched back around, she and the guy who had rushed over from his car looked at each other, and she had the faintest sense that she was going to remember this moment for the rest of her life. Maybe he would too. Excuse me. Hello, she hollered. I'm on the bridge, the Big 5 bridge. A man has. Hello? A man said, yeah, we have a jumper. He didn't jump, he fell. What? Who cares about my name? Send someone. Not to the bridge, down below. Downstream. Yeah, do you even know where this river goes? That just went off the new bridge. I know you're on duty. You're under the bridge. Can you get someone to pick him up? No, I don't know if he survived. Then Lizzie paused even in her panic and repeated the question she'd been posed. Who was it? Even in this moment of crisis, she hesitated in giving out the name. Anything involving the Bradfords was news, not just in Charlemont, but nationally. Why, though? Why? Needs to be a reason. Why is everything this family and their company does national news? And this jump, fall, damn it, and something she was sure Lane wasn't going to want broadcast, assuming he survived. Screw it. This was life and death. His name is Lane Bradford. He's my boyfriend. I came out because you were afraid he was going to do something like this, so this is going to go badly one way or the other. She babbled at that point and turned back to the drop, and then she was leaning out over the rail again, praying she could see his head breach the surface of the water. God, she couldn't see anything. Lizzie hung up after she had given her name, her number, and as much as she knew. Meanwhile, the man was off his phone as well, and he was talking to her, telling her that his brother or his cousin or freaking Santa Claus was coming. But Lizzie wasn't hearing it. The only thing she knew was that she had to get to Lane. Had to. She focused on her beat to crap truck, and then at Lane's 911 turbo convertible. Lizzie was behind the wheel of that Porsche a split second later. Fortunately, he'd left the key in the ignition, and the engine came alive as she punched the clutch and cranked those horses over. Flooring the accelerator was a different deal entirely from her old Toyota, tires skidding out as she donutted the sports car and raced off, going in the wrong direction. Fine, let the cops arrest her. At least she'd bring them down to the water. Okay, so we've got Porsche twice and Toyota once. Man, brand names really coming out strong here. Other than Francis Ford Coppola, I cannot name a single person who manufactures alcohol. I only know FFC because he's famous for the movies. I didn't know he manufactured alcohol. Yeah, we've got a lot of car drops. These books like their cars. I think that's kind of a thing, because E.L. James likes name dropping he likes name dropping everything though, and especially artists. But the cars, It's always a thing, like how to tell my audience that somebody is rich. They have a succession of flashy cars. You know how many mentions of flashy cars there are in my novel? 0. For exactly that fucking reason. Are there brand names? Sometimes. But at least 4 of those times, there's maybe 12 brand names in like 150 pages, and 4 of them are integral to the story. They have a reason that those brand names are being brought up, and they're being made fun of a little bit. Did I show my channel in the thingy? If you mean Artie's, yes. No, it would not be national news just because a bourbon maker did something, unless it was a major felony. Yeah. Like, that's what I'm not understanding, how there's all this, oh my god, everything they do makes news and it's scandalous and blah, blah, blah. Why? Who gives a fuck? They're a Southern family that owns a bourbon company. So what? Do you know how many alcohol distributors there are in the United States? I'm guessing a lot. A set of headlights coming at her got her to pitch the Porsche to the right, and the other vehicle's horn was like a terror in her head. A screaming distraction that might have derailed her but for her laser focus on getting to lane. Lizzie took the exit ramp at 80 miles an hour, and by some miracle, no one happened to be heading up it to get on the highway. At the bottom, she pulled out another illegal turn and got herself heading the right way, but more traffic laws got broken as she hopped the curb, tore across a grass verge, and bottomed out on a 2-laner that ran down to the river's edge. Lizzie took the Porsche up to nearly 100 miles an hour and then slammed on the brakes. One of the region's favorite ice cream parlors was located on the shore, in a Victorian house with a storied past, and in addition to slinging scoops, they also rented bikes and boats. She didn't park the 911 so much as dump it at the side of the road on the grass shoulder, as cockeyed as a drunk's hat. She left the headlights on, facing the water as she vaulted the fence and gunned across the shallow lawn for the floating docks. There she found a variety of Boston whalers, none of which had the keys in them, of course, and one measly, tippy, flat-bottomed with a pull-start outboard, which blessedly somebody had not chained to the post. Lizzie jumped in, and it took her 2 yanks to get the engine cooking. Then she ripped off the tethers and headed out into the river, the tin cans slapping against the waves and kicking spray into her face. With the dearth of artificial light, she could see a little, but not a lot, and the last thing she wanted was to run him over. She had gone only 100 yards or so into the river, which seemed to be the size of an ocean, when she saw the most miraculous thing on the horizon. A miracle. It was a miracle. End of chapter. These are short. We are 19 pages in, and so far, this is all that's happened. We got a lot of conjecture. Beer-wise, it's mainly just the big 2, Anheuser-Busch and Coors. If you want to count smaller microbreweries, yeah, a lot. Yeah. But if you count, like everyone who makes, like, bourbon and vodka and whiskey and tequila, gin, they all count too, don't they? Where are they? They're on the Ohio River between Kentucky and Indiana. And hello, Sethail and your dragons. It's good to see you. I'd say hello to your dragons personally, but I don't know their names. Okay, chapter 3. The Ohio River was so much colder than Lane could have ever imagined, and the shore was farther away, like he was swimming the English Channel, and his body heavier, as if there were cement blocks tied to his feet, and his lungs weren't working right. The current was carrying him fast, but that was only good news if he wanted to go over the falls like his father had. And as luck would have it, the relentless draw was pulling him into the center of the channel, away from any kind of land, and he had to fight against it if he hoped to get. As the piercing illumination hit him from behind, he thought for a split second that his mama's faith had turned out to be real, and her Jesus was coming to take him to the pearly gates. I got him, I got him. Okay, that voice sounded way too ordinary to be anything biblical, and the southern accent was a telltale that it was probably a mortal and not God. Spitting water out of his mouth, Lane rolled onto his back and had to put an arm over his eyes as he was blinded by the glare. He's alive. Hello, Nightwolf! Good to see ya! The boat that pulled up beside him was a good 30 feet long and had a cabin, and its engines were cut as the stern swung around towards him. He was pulled over thanks to a net grappler, and then he helped himself out of the river and onto the platform over the propellers. Flopping on his back, he looked up at the night. He couldn't see the stars. The city's glow was too bright, or maybe his eyes were just too clouded. A man's face appeared in his vision. Gray beard, scraggly hair. We saw you jump. Good thing we was comin' under. Someone's approaching from starboard. Lane knew without looking who it was. He just knew. And sure enough, there was the spotlight. As the spotlight was manually spun in that direction, he saw his Lizzie in a flat boat coming at them. The flimsy metal craft clipping against the water, her strong body crouched by the outboard motor, and that high-pitched whine of the overworked little engine, the perfect soundtrack to the panic on her face. Now there's other siblings, remember? If he drowns, we just start following one of the other ones. Oh. Why do I keep getting emails from places I never... Does anyone know the website Shein? They're like one of those discount clothing places. I swear, I get 10 emails a week from them. I've never even been on their website. Lane. Lizzie. He sat up and cupped his dripping hands to yell, I'm all right. I made it. She pulled up like an expert right across the stern, and even though he was in wet clothes and cold to the bone, he jumped at her. Or maybe she jumped at him. It was probably both of them. He held her tight against him, and she held him back. Then she jerked away and punched him in the biceps so hard she nearly knocked him back into the river. Ow. What the hell are you doing up there? I wasn't. Are you out of your mind? I didn't. You almost killed yourself. Lizzie, I'm so pissed off at you right now. The fishing boat was tipping back and forth as they stood with their feet planted on the gunwales, and he was dimly aware that there were 3 fishermen popcorn and coking it on the larger vessel. I could just slap you. Okay, if it'll make you feel better. It won't, Lizzie said. Nothing's going to. I thought you were dead. As she began to cry, he cursed. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me. He brought her back against him and held her tightly, stroking her spine and murmuring things he wasn't going to remember even if the moment itself was unforgettable. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Typical of Lizzie, it wasn't long before she pulled herself together and looked up at him. I really want to hit you again. Lane rubbed his biceps, and I'd still deserve it. Y'all okay? One of the guys said as he tossed a faded towel that smelled a bit like bait over. Y'all need 911, either of you. It's already called, Lizzie answered. And yep, sure enough, there were flashing red and blue lights on the bridge now, as well as ones coming down to the river's shore on the Indiana side too. Great, he thought as he wrapped himself up. Just freaking great. We're going to be fine. Lane put out his hand. Thank you. The man with the gray beard shook what was offered. I'm glad no one's hurt. You know, people, they jump from there. Just last week, this guy, he jumped and killed himself. They found him down by the far side of the falls in a boathouse. Yes, that was my father, Lane thought. Really, Lane lied. There hasn't been anything in the press. It was my cousin's boathouse. Guess the guy was important or something. They ain't talking. Well, that's a shame for the man's family, whoever they are. Thank you, Lizzie said to the guys. Thank you so much for getting him out. Yes, and I hate them. There's a game I play on my phone with ads at the bottom, and theirs takes over my whole phone. Yes! I've gotten bullshit ads like that too that are like impossible to click off of. Yeah. I've definitely seen ads for Sheen because I play phone app games too where you watch the ads to get stuff or play through. I forget the game because I deleted it because of the ads. Yeah, I've done that a few times too. Sometimes it's sad because sometimes it's a good game, but they just have so much ads on it and it's not worth it. Huh. Oh boy, Sethale, what is this picture? Everything owned by Anheuser-Busch. Okay, they own a lot of things. At first glance, they own a lot of things. They do not make good clothes. Okay. They own Corona. I'm just going to read a couple of these that I recognize. They own about 1 billion beer brands, that most of which seem to be international. Yeah, they own a lot of beer brands. Jesus, there's so many. They own Labatt. I know that one. Rolling Rock. Pilsner. I've heard of that. I think they're cars. They own a lot of fucking shit. Insane. Yeah, Sheen is like Temu Book Clothes. I've never been on their website, but I know they've had like issues with, like child labor scandals and like unethical places that their stuff is sourced from because they're one of those like super, super, super discount places that are always like incredibly shady and sketchy and kind of pyramid schemish. Hi. Would you like to cuddle again? All right, come here. Come on, up, up. No, I'm not going to get on the floor and rub your belly. If you want to cuddle, you better come up. You got 3 seconds. Come on, up, up. He'll be up in a moment. Come on, up, up. Come on, you can do it. Yes, come on. Come on. There we go. Come on, up. Yep, there we go. Good boy. There's my good boy. All right, we get more puppy. Yes, he's a very good boy. Now I'm going to have fur in my mouth again. Yes, you are just getting all the love tonight, aren't you? Aren't you? Look at you. Look at you. I mean, look at this puppy. Look at him. Isn't he just such a good boy? Not being a jealous little baby at all. Very carefully licking away from the makeup. Come on. You know you're not allowed to lick my makeup off. I know you think you're helping. He really does think he's helping. Yeah, you think you're helping, don't you? Yes, you do. Yes. I'm helping. I'm helping by licking all that stuff off your face. Yeah. Yes, I am. I'm helping. Because I'm just the best puppy ever. Yes. Look at my squidgy little face. Look at my squishy little face. Squishy little face, yes. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. That's a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Yes, you are. Okay. Okay. Are you sufficiently loved on? You have had a lot of attention tonight. Hmm? Are you sufficiently loved on? Yes, you are. Thinking about it. You're a puppy. There are just no thoughts in your furry little head. Oh, yeah. I want to cuddle. Oh, I want to cuddle and I want to be cuddled and held and loved and furry. Okay. Okay, I've got enough of your fur in my mouth, okay? Okay. Okay. Now he's pretending he can't hear me. Okay, say goodnight. You have a cat? I need pictures, dude. What's its name? Oh, look at you. So squishy and so lovey. Okay, come here. You're gonna go on your pillow. Okay? Yes, go nap naps. You go nap naps. While I brush the pound of fur off. The cat's name is Sniper. Does it live up to its name? And you know I need to see pictures of this kitty. It is a cool name. It is a good name for a kitty. I'm sure the kitty is shit at handling a sniper rifle, but you know they got those paws that they can, when you're walking past them and they just go bam. That's the kitty version of being a sniper. Some cats have thumbs. It's rare, but some of them do. How do I not have post-its anywhere? This is where I listed all the movies that I plan to watch on movie night. Hey, tomorrow let's watch. Let's see. What's good on a Sunday? Did we screen the first Orphan movie yet? Okay. We did Don't Say a Word. Very good, very underrated movie. Yeah, let's watch Orphan tomorrow. So tomorrow, let's say 8:30, we'll watch Orphan. If you haven't seen it, don't go looking cuz it spoilers. Also, if you haven't seen it, let me know so I don't spoil anything cuz it's a good movie. It is a really really good movie. I haven't seen the sequel. He has 6 claws on his back legs. Aww. Is this a fully grown cat or a kitten? Because you get bonus cute points if it's a kitten. Oh, wow, Sarah, your kids are back at school on Monday? Ooh. Did you get all the back to school supplies? Does everyone hate all the new clothes you bought them? I haven't seen it. I assume the spoiler is she comes from a loving home with very much alive parents. Yes, you nailed it exactly. But you should come watch it with us. It is a genuinely really good movie. Not a kitten, darn. Well, it'll still be fluffy and cute and a kitty. Really? You still do meet the teachers when your kids are in high school? Really? The only teacher of mine my mom ever met was the junior kindergarten teacher. Your kid is starting high school. I know. Who said they're allowed to grow up, right? Hey, she'll have a better year than I did. I started high school 4 days before 9/11 happened. That's what I remember about starting high school. 9/11 happened. This is true. They got a new building? That's good. One of the elementary schools I went to got torn down and rebuilt like 2 years after I went there, and I was mad because it was such a piece of crap when I went there. It wasn't like falling down or anything. It was just a really weird building that it started as like a really small school and then it had been just built onto really quickly over the years. But that led to like really weird configurations and like weird class sizes, and it had like half an upper floor. It was a weird building. So I was glad to hear that they had re had rebuilt it. Though I also was hoping that they fired the teacher that I had the 1 year I was there because she was psycho, genuinely psycho. And I had a number of crazy ass teachers, but she was the only one that, like, she was violent scary. You got to go check it out before she goes there? That is so cool. I never got to do that. I went to like 8 different high schools. There's only one mainstream high school in the city that I didn't go to. I never went to Westdale. But I went to John A, I went to Westmount, I went to Lawrence, I went to James Street. Oh, I didn't go to Delta, but Delta shut down while I was in high school. I'm trying to think, there's so many. Like, my grade 9 year, I went to 3 different schools, so. Most of them aren't around anymore. I somehow went to the same middle school for most of 3 years, and then I was really mad when we drove by one day and it was gone because I didn't know it was being torn down, and I would have liked to have seen that because it was a terrible school. I would have very much enjoyed seeing it be torn down. A friend of mine was almost kidnapped from that school. Same friend later was kidnapped from a high school years later. She was okay. But yeah, that school sucked. I would have very much enjoyed seeing it reduced to rubble. Also, we were pretty sure there was a break in the space-time continuum in the basement because at one point it was a boys' school, so the girls' bathroom was the only girls' bathroom was in the basement. So if you were on the third floor, it took forever to go down to the basement and then come back to class, and you used to get yelled at for taking too long, but it's like the bathroom is 4 floors down and it's at the other end of the building. It was a really, really, really long building. So it's like, it takes X amount of minutes just to walk to and from the bathroom. Eh. Ugh. Thank you, Lizzie said to the guys. Thank you so much for getting him out. There was some conversation at that point, not that Lane paid much attention to it, other than them wanting him to keep the towel and him thanking them for it. Then he was lowering himself onto the bench in the middle and tucking everything he had into his torso to conserve body heat. Take off the wet clothes, dude. Laws of thermodynamics. Meanwhile, Lizzie restarted the outboard motor with a couple powerful yanks and reversed them away, the sweet smell of gasoline and oil tinting the air and making him think of childhood summers. As they turned around, he glanced back at the bigger vessel and then laughed. What? She said. The boat's name. He pointed to the lettering on the stern. Unbelievable. Aurora was spelled out in gold glittering letters. Aw, Deacon, are you still trying to get that working? And seriously, Butters hasn't learned how to break into that yet. Noticing a theme with you going to school, what exactly did you do to the public school system? I know. I know. I went to so many different schools. I went to more schools than there are years in school. And considering that I had a couple stretches of going to the same school for a couple years at a time, that's a lot. But I only officially got kicked out of one. That's because the principal was a fucking raging bitch. She didn't like the fact that I more or less didn't have parents. And she thought that I was not good enough to go to her wannabe fancy school. By the way, this is a public school I'm talking about, but it's the public school in the rich kid neighborhood that I was only fucking at because that's where the gifted program was for that year. Because don't ask me why, because it's stupid. But they would move the gifted class around because there's only ever one gifted class because maybe you have 20 kids who qualify. So they dump us all into one class. It's the same kids every year. But for some reason, the class would move to a different school almost every fucking goddamn year. And for 1 year, they put it in the rich kid preppy school. And the principal did not like that children she considered not good enough and certainly not wealthy enough to be going to that school were suddenly going to the school. And it's like, bitch, this is still a fucking public school, not a private school. And like, the parents might be, middle class and all, but they ain't millionaires. So where in the hell do you think you are? But she was just fucking out to lunch. Yes, there are a couple of I went there and it was torn down the year later. Okay, there's a few. There's a few. Queen Victoria, Tweedsmuir, part of John A. Lawrence, James Street moved. It wasn't torn down. They moved to a different building. Yeah, and I would have gone to Delta, but it was torn down before I lived in the area, or I would have gone there. They actually found out after they tore it down, of course, that it left a huge hole in the network of schools. So they had a ton of kids having to go out of area or travel really far to get to high school because you tore down a school that was in the middle of a lot of where a lot of that age group lived. It's like, yeah, you should have torn down Westmount. That's the one nobody goes to. You think you got the meat right this time, Deacon? And is it resting somewhere that is kitty proof? Because, leaving meat out around a kitty, certain things are going to happen. Because he's going to see a big piece of meat and go, mine. We don't have charter schools here. It's still in the smoker? Okay. So that's why Butters has been texting Bo his heist plans and diagrams of the smoker and how to pick the lock? He wants Bo to stand guard while Butters does the actual break and enter. But he swears to Bo that he'll share the meat with him. And how did who not know what, Sarah? Oh, how did they not know that tearing the school down was going to leave a giant hole? They're stupid. They're fucking stupid. Because it was between two of them. It was between Delta and Westmount. And even though Westmount is way out in the middle of fucking nowhere and is a pain in the ass to get to, and I mean royal fucking pain to get out there, and you couldn't find it on a map. And Delta was like not exactly downtown, but pretty close to downtown. And it was because Westmount was the rich school. And the parents whose kids went there didn't want it torn down because they didn't want their kids going to the inner city high school. So that's how they wound up tearing down the one and then going, oops, we needed that. And then basically rebuilding in the same place, a new high school. I don't even know what it's called, but it's everyone who lives here would just call it Delta because you tore it down and rebuilt it. It's still fucking Delta. He doesn't have thumbs, but he does have claws. And if Disney movies have taught me anything, it's that kitty claws can pick a lock. This is in the rules of kitties. Indeed, stop sending me freaking... I swear, Indeed is the dumbest fucking job search website. I mean, sometimes they have good listings. I found a few good things this week, so I've sent out some resumes that I'm hoping to hear back from next week. But they keep sending me things for being an accountant, and it's like, I'm not an accountant. I don't have a degree in that. Neither do I have a degree in real estate that they keep sending me real estate jobs. And it's like, I'm not licensed. Yes, Disney lies. We all know this. Deacon, have I ever sent you the videos from a channel called Paint of a guy making fun of the Disney? Remind me later to send those to you because they are the most hilarious things ever. You will appreciate. Check my DMs. Is there Kitty? There's Kitty. There's big fat Kitty. Aww. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's so cute. It's a big fat kitty and it's stripy. And it's giving the what are you doing taking a picture of me? I didn't give you permission to take a picture of me face. While taking up an entire bed. And then running away. Aww. It's got like calico colors. Oh, it's so sweet. It's a little sweetie. Okay, I'm muting the sound so it doesn't bleed through, but... Aw, kitty having a bath. Oh, it's so cute. But that is a fat kitty. It's a chubby animal. If they want to hire you as an accountant, take it, not your fault. They want to pay you for a job you're unqualified for. Yeah, see, the thing is, I don't think that if I applied and they don't see, a CPA certification on my resume, I don't think I'll get hired for that. No, honest to God, I'm tempted to apply for them half the time just to see what happens. Yeah, remind me, because they're so funny. You will love them. Believe me, you will love them. And I'm taking one of the kitty pictures and posting it in the pet section. Oh, Discord, why are you stupid? It's always like, oh, that picture's too big. No, it's not, because you already sent it. Dumbass. Alright, I will do that later. I'll have to screenshot it. That usually works. But it's a very fat, chubby kitty that's very, very cute. You better take good care of the kitty. Don't let it out. There's wolves where you live. Does the kitty know that it's an indoor kitty? Certifiable public allocator. What type of CPA? That's a type of CPA, and you allocate the reading of bad books every week. This is true. We are actively avoiding reading this book. We'll get through. There's a lot of book to get through. I think it's the same length as the other one. Yeah, roughly. Wow, it's almost exactly the same length. That takes some skill. Or a good editor. Yeah, we are at 415 pages, so it's about 10 pages shorter than the last one. Oh, the new E.L. James book that comes out in March is listed as being 400 pages. That's frightening. It's also weirdly listed as being a 6th to 8th grade reading level, while also being listed as an over 18 reading level. Or not reading level, but like, I don't know, propriety level, since I don't know. It's aimed at over 18 people. You should be over 18 when reading it, is what it says. But then it says it's like a 6th grade reading level, and I'm like, you're not 18 in 6th grade. Like, I understand what you're saying. It's simplistic. I get it. I'm hoping they put out a paperback before it's released, because otherwise I have to buy the hardcover, and I don't want to. You can send it Bo after ducks. He is napping now. But you know, I'm sure if a duck was bought for him to chew on, he would wake up. You know, but all the being shown off and petted and praised is really exhausting for a puppy. You know, plus he had to scare away imaginary drunk guy who may or may not have been in the hall. Yep, somehow even when she wasn't around, his mama was protecting him, saving him, supporting him. That is eerie, Lizzie said as she hit the gas and they slapped their way back to shore. Every time Lane blinked, he saw the abyss below the bridge, relived that moment when he fell into a free fall. It was strange to realize that even though he was heading for solid ground with the woman he loved, he felt as though he was back in that no man's land. All security gone, nothing but careless air between him and a hard, hard impact that he was fairly sure was going to kill him. Focusing on Lizzie, he measured the strong lines of her face and her sharp eyes, and the way her blonde hair wisped on the breeze. The fact that she didn't care that he'd gotten her wet when they hugged. I love you, he said. What? She just shook his head and smiled to himself. His mama's name on that stern, his woman behind this wheel. Did you steal this boat? He said more loudly. Yes, she hollered back. I didn't care what it took. I was coming to get you. As they pulled up to a dock, she maneuvered the boat like a boss, driving the outboard by pushing its handle in the opposite direction from where she wanted the bow to go. Yeah, I would have no idea how to drive this thing. Then reversing things with such skill that in spite of the current, the metal teacup just kissed the pylons. Okay, so she knows how to drive a boat. I can't drive a boat that has like the engine with the rudder like that, but one with a steering wheel I probably could. The scary moment being on a boat being driven by somebody else and seeing three floating white cubes in the water, which in case you don't know, I don't know if this is specific to Ontario or Canada, but three floating styrofoam cubes floating just above the surface tells you that there are high rocks just below the water. So it's telling you to steer a wide area around the cubes because there's rocks like this far under the water that will completely fuck up the bottom of your boat. And the person driving didn't know that and was heading for them because they thought that was like a park your boat here thing when we were going to the cliffs to jump. Hi, doggy on my leg. Okay, you need to go take a nap. I can see how sleepy you are on your little face. You are just so sleepy. Now he's in toddler mode. Now he's in toddler mode of, I don't want to sleep. I'm not sleepy. Play with me. Pet me. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. I'm not sleepy. Yeah. Yeah. Your little baby. No, I'm not picking you up again. No. No. Nope. Not picking you up again. Lay down. Yes. Sit there and pretend that you're being good. Lane anchored the bow with a line. Lizzie took the stern, and then he held his palms out to help her onto the dock. She didn't come to him right away. Instead, she shoved her hand into her loose jacket, taking something out. She tucked it into the gas cap. As she jumped onto the dock by herself, he said, "What was that?" "A $5 bill. I used some of their gas." Wow, back when gas was cheap, I guess. Oh, Nightwolf, are we losing you to storms? Be safe. Remind the kitty it's okay. It's in a new place. It'll be scared. I'm also sure that the kitty has already sourced all the good hiding spots in the house because that's kitty priority. I'm sure Butters has his share of places to go and be invisible when he doesn't like the world. For a moment, Lane simply stood before her, even though he was cold to the bone and they were trespassers, and he'd just taken a swim in the Ohio. Oh, and then there were the cops pulling up in front of them. And that little free fall, am I going to die thing. Reaching out, he cupped her beautiful face in the illumination from the headlights. Lizzie was everything his family was not, on so many levels. What? What? If I cuddle you one more time, will you go back to sleep? Come here. Come on. No, we're not playing. Come on, up. If you want up, you better come. Yep. Last chance. There we go. Yes. Okay, look at the puppy. He's getting a quick cuddle, then he's going back to sleep. Okay, quick cuddle, then you're off to sleepy land. Okay, go on the couch and stick your head down the corner. Yeah, you like that. You very much like that. Yes, you do. 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 I know you want to lick. I know. Yes. Figured out you can lick the parts of my face that don't have makeup. Because you're very smart and very, very sleepy. Yes, you are just so sleepy, aren't you? Yes. Yes, I know you are. I know. You're the sleepiest of doggies. Yeah. So you're gonna go take a nap now, okay? Yes, you are. Mummy has more reading to do. Okay? So you go take a nap. Yes, I love you. Love you, little one. Yes, you're very well loved. Yes. Yes, 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 little baby. Okay. Back to your pillow. Okay? Go be a puppy. Go be a puppy. It was one of the many reasons he loved her, and it was strange, but he felt an urgency to make things permanent between them. What? She whispered. He started to sink down onto one knee. Lizzie. Oh, God. Are you passing out? She dragged him back to his feet and rubbed his arms. You're passing out. Come on, let's get you to an ambulance. Put your hands where I can see them, came the demand. Now. Lane looked into all those lights and cursed. There were times and places to ask your woman to marry you. In the crosshairs of the Chaumont Metro Police, soaked with dirty water, and 2 minutes after a death spiral into the Ohio. Not it. Hey, one of the cops said, I know who that is. That's Lane Bradford. Shut up, somebody hissed. They did an article on him. Hicks, shut it. As Hicks went quiet, Lane lifted both his arms and stared into the brilliant illumination. He could see nothing of what was ahead. Kind of apt, really. Can they arrest me for taking that boat? Lizzie whispered as she put her palms up. I'll take care of it, Lane said quietly. Don't worry. Shit. Yeah. I don't think the cops would be aiming guns at them. Like, that's kind of dumb. End of chapter. Oh, I've got to get better at sitting up straight. Oh. Alrighty. Chapter 4. Easterly, the Bradford family estate. So we're finally back at the house. I hate you. As the youngest of the Bradfords three As the youngest of the Bradford family's 3 living Virginia Elizabeths lunged for a lamp, Jin Baldwin, soon to be Ford, did not make it. Probably for the best. The thing was Imar- made out of an Imari vase she had always been rather fond of, and the silk shade was handmade with her initials embroidered in real gold thread. It would have been a pity to destroy such a beauty, and God knew there would be nothing but shards and shreds left after she was done throwing it. What stopped her was her fiance's hand grabbing her hair, catching hold, and whiplashing her right off her stilettos. Oh, we're into the violence against women section because she's marrying a violent rapist. Because we got caught off guard with that because I was not expecting that in the in anything by this author. It's a departure of form for her for sure. After a brief moment of weightlessness, which was kind of fun, there was a smack down that stung her shoulder blades, clapped her teeth together, and reminded her that the coccyx was in fact a very unnecessary part of the body. The resulting pain down there also took her back to her father spanking her as a child with one of his alligator skin belts. Of course, she had resolutely refused to learn anything from those slap-happy sessions or alter her behavior in any way, just to prove he didn't run her life. And yes, things had worked out so damn well since then. Richard Ford's thin, angular face came over the top of her head. Hate me all you like, but you will not disrespect me like this again. Are we clear? He was still pulling on her hair, forcing her head and spine to counter his strength or risk her being decapitated. What I do or do not do, she grunted, will not change anyone's opinion of you. Nothing ever has. As she glared at him, she also smiled. Behind those rat eyes of his, right now, he had gone on a little trip down memory lane, his low self-esteem running through the scripts of insults that had been laid out at him while they had been classmates at Charlemont County Day. Jin had been among the name-callers, very much a mean girl who had run in a pack. Richard, on the other hand, had been a scrawny, pimply kid with a grating sense of entitlement and a voice like Donald Duck. Not even his family's extraordinary wealth had saved him socially, or gotten him laid. Okay, so she was the mean girl, and now he gets to dominate the mean girl that he always secretly had a crush on, and blah blah blah. And indeed, 90s slang had yielded its stellar nomenclature, hadn't it? Loser, scrub, tool, dork, fucker. Okay, those are incredibly lame compared to what I got in school. Who wrote this? J.R. Ward is the author. Her real name is Jessica Bird. Richard shook himself back into focus. I expect my wife to be waiting at home for me when I have a business engagement she is not welcome at. He yanked on her hair. I do not expect her to be on a jet to Chicago. You're living in my home. Richard snapped his hold on her again, like he was schooling a dog with a choke chain, especially when I told her she was not permitted to use any of my planes. But if I'd taken a Bradford one, how could I have been sure you'd find out about it? Yeah, somebody just shoot this guy already. The look of confusion on his face was worth everything that was happening and what was going to come next. Jin tore herself free and got on her feet. Her Gucci dress was twisted about, and she debated whether to leave it that way or straighten it. Disheveled, she decided. The party was divine, she said. So were both the pilots. You certainly know what kind of men to hire. Hey, props for it. As Richard exploded up from the floor and raised his hand over his shoulder, she laughed. Be careful with the face. My makeup artist is good, but there are limits to concealers. Okay, so this is what the tack that she is taking. Not can't say I blame her. I'd be the fucking same. Where's my pen? Haha. Yes, we have brand name Gucci again. Why is it always Gucci, by the way? In her mind, throughout her body, crazy mania sang like a choir at the altar of madness. And for a split second, she thought of her mother laying in her bed just down the hall, as incapacitated as any homeless addict on the streets. When a Bradford became hooked on opiates, however, they got them from their private physician, and it was I'm guessing this is a brand name of something. Yeah, Gucci ain't fancy, right, Deacon? Gucci is like the cheap, expensive brand. Like, for some reason, the name is associated with like extreme wealth, but it's not actually a very expensive brand. You know, it's a very much an in vogue brand, but it's not like prohibitively priced. And does anybody know this word? I believe it's pronounced port how rather than cardboard, private nurse rather than shelter, capital P O R T H A U L T. So, not sure what that is. Private nurse rather than shelter, medication instead of drugs. Whatever the vocabulary, one could appreciate how it might be better and easier than dealing with reality. You need me, Richard hissed. When I buy something, I expect it to function properly, or I throw it out. And anyone who wants to be the governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky someday should know that beating his wife presents a terrible PR problem, though not an insurmountable one, as we've all seen. The things I have seen politicians overcome. though being dragged out of the closet, that's the one unforgivable one if you're a Republican. Though, and I point this out, and this is true, you can fact check me. Anytime there is a Republican convention, I don't necessarily mean the RNC, I mean like even all the adjacent crap and the conventions that only Republicans go to, especially the Christian conservative Republicans that throw those massive conventions and all their crap. We're on page 26. Whenever one of those conventions is in town, hand to God, usage in that city of Grindr goes up over 800%. And for anyone who doesn't know, Grindr is the male gay hookup app. It is like even Tinder is a little higher up on the you might be looking to date and not just hook up. Grindr is for hookup. Grindr is for sex in the back alley hookup. Yes, they crash Grindr. See, Deacon knows. Deacon knows they do. They do. It happens. Yeah, it happens every year. Like at all the conventions, it always happens. It's like, just come out of the closet. Do you know how much better the world would be? Beating his wife presents a terrible PR problem. You'd be surprised. I'm a Republican, remember? I didn't read ahead. See, Book knows. Book even knows the Republicans don't give a flying fuck about that shit. I mean, how many currently, like the midterms are coming up? How many Republican candidates have been outed as rapists so far? I think it's 3. Like that has become a like point of pride now. Like, I know how to keep my women in line kind of bullshit. Then they act all surprised when these allegations keep coming out when they were like not a secret to begin with. No, I am looking forward to the public demise of Jared Leto. Because that, I guarantee you, he's going to have a very long list of accusers, and there's a couple names I'm looking for on it. Over Richard's shoulder, the oval mirror above her pair of 18th century Italian Louis XIV commodes presented her with a perfectly framed image of the two of them. Her with her lipstick smudged like blood on her jaw, her blue dress hiked up to the lace tops of her thigh highs, her brunette hair in messy waves like the halo of the whore she was, him in his old-fashioned nightshirt with his 80s Wall Street side part, his Ichabod Crane body strung like a wire about to get tripped. All around them, silk drapes like ball gowns next to windows tall as waterfalls, antiques worthy of the Victoria and Albert Museum, and a bed as big as a reception hall with a monogrammed duvet. She and Richard in their dishabil, dishabille, and their disregard for polite discourse were the wrong note in a sonata, the tear through the center of a Vermeer, and the flat tire on the Phantom drophead. Somebody really likes the Phantom drophead. This is about the 97th time we're hearing about this car. And I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, More brand names. Though I gotta wonder who owns the Louis XIV brand name, because it is a brand name. It's not just a style, well, it is a style, that's the point. It's a brand and a style. It's not necessarily all like things from that time. Yes, I do declare, indeed. Ain't they just? Yes, I know, I hate that books like this with these scenes are written by women, because I will forgive it. Here's my caveat. Here's always my caveat when someone is a rapist and violent against women in books. If they get theirs in the end, if there is comeuppance, and I mean of the biblical fashion, if that happens before the end of the book/series, if the male character that did that gets their royal comeuppance as it should be, I'll forgive it because it's sending the right message. If they don't, or if they just get to walk away or something, then I don't forgive because that's sending the other kind of message that we don't need to encourage because there's way too much of it already. And movies. Like seriously, how many rom-coms are stalking leads to true love? Like that happens in so many supposedly comedy romances, or other romances. Like stalking is just so goddamn prevalent. And like no wonder I'm not making excuses, but no wonder guys who grew up seeing those movies think that that's how you get a girl, you know? I'm not saying it makes it right and I'm not excusing it, but I'm saying it's the example that's been set for them. The Phantom is a fancy car in the South. Well, I'm sure a Rolls Royce is a fancy car anywhere. I mean, they are expensive, fancy cars. It's like a Lamborghini is going to be fancy anywhere. It teaches about Deborah in the Book of Judges. Can't say I know the story. And I went to a lot of Sunday school. I also got kicked out of Sunday school. The teacher was about to tell the story of the Noah's Ark for like the 5th time. I couldn't take it anymore. No, I shall never forget the look on my grandmother's face because she was absolutely scandalized. I would have felt bad for it, except I completely did not feel bad for it. Though she didn't take me to church again for weeks, and that was great. It was one of the things her and my mom argued about. And oh, Jin loved the ruination. Seeing her and Richard together, both trembling on the edge of insanity, scratched the itch she'd been seeking to redress. They were right. They were each right, however. With her family's abrupt reversal of financial fortune and his gubernatorial ambitions, they were the union of a parasite and its host locked in a precarious relationship based on his decades-old crush on the most popular debutante in Charlemont, and her unexpectedly finding herself on the red side of the ledger. Still, marriages had been built on far lesser bases, like the illusion of love, for example, the lie of fidelity, or the poisonous Kool-Aid of fate. At once she became tired. "I'm going to bed," she announced as she turned away to her bathroom. "This conversation bores me." When he grabbed her this time, it was not by the hair. "But I'm not done with you." As he spun her around and pulled her against him, she yawned in his face. "Do be quick, will you? Oh, that's right. You're nothing but fast. It's the only thing I enjoy about having sex with you." End of chapter. Hey. Well, I was wondering if we'd find out what was up with the sister. We found out. But why is he living at her house? And again, it's been like 48 hours. So how have so much like progression happened in a day and a half? Like if they said it'd been like 2 months, then it makes more sense. Chapter 5. Lizzie's farmhouse, Madisonville, Indiana. You didn't actually think I was there to jump, did you? As the man Lizzie loved spoke up from the other end of her sofa, she tried to pull herself together. And when she got nowhere with that, she settled for stroking the handmade quilt she tugged across her legs. Her little living room was in the front of the farmhouse and had a big 6-pane window that looked out onto her porch and across the front lawn and the dirt driveway. Her decor was rustic and cozy, her collection of antique farm tools mounted on the walls, her old-fashioned upright piano across the way, the braided throw rug done in primary colors to bring out the color of the wooden floors. Typically, her sanctuary never failed to calm her. That was a stretch this dawn, however. What a night. It had taken about 2 hours to tell the police what had happened, apologize, and get the cars stored and head back. If it hadn't been for Lane's friend, Deputy Sheriff Mitchell Ramsey, they'd still be out at the river's edge by the Victorian ice cream place. Or maybe down at the police station, in handcuffs, getting strip searched. For doing what? Mitch Ramsey had a way of taking care of difficult situations. So, yes, now they were here on her couch. Lane showered and in his favorite UVA sweatshirt, and her changed into one of his button down shirts and some leggings. But geez, even though it was May in the South, she felt cold in her bones, which was the answer to Lane's question, wasn't it? Lizzie, did you think I was going to jump? Of course not. God, she was never going to forget the image of him on the far side of the rail turning to look at her, losing his grip, plummeting out of sight. Lizzie. Throwing up her hand, she tried to keep her voice level. Failed. If you weren't going to jump, what the hell were you doing out there? You were leaning over the drop lane. You were going to. I was trying to find out what it was like. Because you wanted to kill yourself, she concluded through a tight throat. No, because I wanted to understand him. Lizzie frowned. Who? Your father? But come on, like he was trying to figure out someone else. Lane, seriously, there are other ways to come to terms with this. For example, he could go to a shrink and sit on a different couch from this one, which would decrease his chances of falling to his death down to zero as he tried to get a handle on what was going on in his life. There is no Madisonville? So we have another made-up place. There is a Madison, yes. Why are we making up, like, I'm sorry, just, why? Like, do you know how much less research I would have had to have done if I set part of my novel in, like, fictional Massachusetts somewhere and not Boston? Uh, uh, as a bonus, she wouldn't have to worry about becoming a felon. Nautical felon. Wonder if that $5 bill was still tucked into that gas cap, she thought. Lane stretched out one of his arms like it was stiff and cursed as his elbow or maybe his shoulder made a popping sound. Look, excuse me. Now that father is dead, I'm never going to have any answers. I'm stuck here cleaning up his fucking mess, and I'm resentful as hell, and I just don't get it. Anyone can say he was a shitty human being, and that's the truth, but that isn't an explanation of the details. And I was staring at your ceiling, not sleeping, and I couldn't stand it anymore. I went to the bridge and went over the rail to stand where he had stood, because I wanted to see what he saw when he was there. I wanted to get an idea of what he felt. I wanted answers. There was nowhere else to go for them. And no, I was not there to kill myself, I swear on Miss Aurora's soul. After a moment, Lizzie sat forward and took his hand. I'm sorry. I just thought, well, I saw what I did, and you haven't been talking to me about any of this. What is there to say? All I'm doing is going around in circles in my head until I want to scream. But at least I know where you're at. The silence is scary on my end. Your mind is spinning, well, so is mine. I'm sorry, he shook his head, but I'm going to fight. For my family, for us. And trust me, if I were going to commit suicide, the last way I'd end my life is in the same fashion he did. I don't want anything in common with that man. I'm stuck with the DNA, there's nothing I can do there, but I'm not going to encourage any further parallels. Oh, I know. No, author doesn't understand mental health at all. Lizzie took a deep breath. Can I help in some way? If there was something you could do, I'd let you know, I promise. But it's all on me right now. I've got to find the missing money, pay back Prospect Trust, and pray to God I can keep the business going. Bradford Bourbon's been around for over 200 years. It can't end now. It just can't. As Lane turned to look out of that big window, she studied his face. He was, as her grandmother would have called it, a real looker. Classically handsome, with blue eyes the color of a clear fall sky, and dark hair that was thick between her fingers, and a body that was guaranteed to catch every eye in the room. Oh, of course, we have to be reminded that he's devastatingly good looking. Yeah, we still haven't had official confirmation that it was a jump and not a shove. Assassin's Creed tells us differently. I know of the series, but I don't know the lore of Assassin's Creed. But yeah, we have no idea what happened to the father. We know from the X script that we read at the end of the last book it was murder, but they don't know that yet. They don't know anything. It's been like literally 2 days. And everybody's just assuming they know what happened. It's like, no, you don't know what happened. There's a lot of shit going on. There's missing money, there's debts, there's gambling, there's a lot you don't know about. But it had not been love at first sight, far from it. The Bradford family's ne'er-do-well youngest son had pole marks all over him as far as she was concerned, although the truth was that under her disdain had been a vicious attraction she'd moved heaven and earth to ignore. And then they'd gotten together, and she'd fallen in love with him in typical Sabrina fashion. Well, except in her case, the staff was a horticulturalist with a master's in landscape architecture from Cornell. But then Chantal had gone to the press 4 weeks later and announced she was engaged to Lane, claiming the child she carried was his. That had ended things for Lizzie, and Lane had married the woman, only to disappear up north shortly after. Horrible. What a what a horrible time it had been. Following the breakup, Lizzie had done her best to keep working at Easterly and stay focused. But everyone noticed when Chantal suddenly wasn't pregnant anymore. Come to find out later, the woman hadn't lost the baby. She had taken care of it at a private clinic up Cincy. I'm assuming that's short for Cincinnati? Unbelievable. And thank God Lane was divorcing her. Thank God also that Lizzie had seen the light when she had and allowed herself to trust the man, not the reputation. Talk about near misses. Yeah, there's still no reason at all that she suddenly like reverse fortune and trusted him, like less than ever. Sun's coming up, Lane murmured. It's a new day. His hand stroked his way up her bare foot and onto her ankle, lingering on her skin in a manner she wasn't sure he was aware of. He did that a lot, touching her absently as if his focus shifted away from her. His body was compelled to close his body was compelled to close the mental distance with physical contact. God, I love it out here. He smiled at the golden light that drew long shadows out on her lawn and across the fields that had just been seeded. It's so quiet. Golden Girls? Were they in Cincinnati? I don't remember. I've heard better mystery stories in Clue. I read all those once. Well, I'm sure there's more of them now. There was only 6 when I read them. Don't think the writer knows that. Probably not. Okay. Oh, in Assassin's Creed, they have DNA memory. A few games have that. To a degree, the other series that she wrote actually has something kind of like that. Not exactly memory. But there is like an ancestral DNA component to some of the vampire stuff. Mm. Water good. We have a sleeping puppy. He looks very comfy. Oh, I know. Asking people is a great way to get information. I asked 3 different. A lot of you know I spend a lot of time on the Only Cops channel. I spent like 4 hours talking with Josh, and then like a collective like 18 hours talking with Colonel Frag about various police scenes I needed to write so that I would not sound like a complete moron trying to write the way police would act in the given situation. You know what I did? I told them, because they are both cops, I told them the situation and then said, okay, if you're the detective and you've walked into this situation, what do you do? And then I listened to what they said. And I asked them what questions they would ask and how they would react to being told the answers to those questions. And then I wrote a scene that they both said passes muster, so I'm taking it. I am taking the word of a cop that I wrote a decent cop scene. And like I've seriously considered calling various like surgery clinics to see if somebody has 5 minutes to answer a couple questions for me. But I feel bad for that. It's like that's somebody's like actual like professional time, you know, not like a Discord meetup, and it's for a book that like doesn't have a publisher yet. But I need to ask an actual surgeon a couple of questions because the internet can only tell you so much. Uh, about a certain type of reconstructive surgery that is controversial? It's not about. I don't need to ask about the controversial part. I just need to ask about like mostly the before and after and like words that would be used during the actual surgery, so I don't sound like an idiot. Because again, one of the characters is supposed to be a surgeon, so them talking about it, they would sound like a surgeon. So I need to know how to sound like that. Surgeons are like vegans. They're more than happy to tell you they're a surgeon and will answer your questions if they have time. I know they are of the egotistical variety, so yeah, like answering questions for a novel might be appealing. Like there's a couple local places that do the procedure that I'm talking about, and so I have thought about like emailing them just to see like just in a very basic like I'm writing a novel, I need information about this surgery. Do you have 10 minutes to talk to me about it kind of way and see if they answer? I don't know. I've thought about doing it, but my level of chicken keeps me from. I also realized we're in the 8th month of the year, and I promised myself I was going to try and get Mads Mikkelsen's autograph by the end of the year. Actually, I said 5 people, but I'm narrowing it to one, so I'm not a complete coward. But I have not done anything to reach out and try and make that happen. So I don't know how you go about getting autographs these days because everything's electronic. But I need to put some hours into figuring that out because I want to be able to say at the end of the year, even if I don't get a signed picture, I want to at least be able to say I tried. I might ask you to name the doctor after them. Well, that won't happen because the character's already got a name. It's my main character. It's my Hannibal Lecter stand-in who I have a name. I finally have mentally adjusted and started changing the name to the name that I will use in the novel. I think I'll leave out the part that it started as Hannibal fan fiction. They might not want to be associated with that. Even though, like, as soon as people say that, they're like, oh, so you're writing about a serial killer cannibal. And I'm like, no, I'm actually not. There's actually, well, I'm not going to say there's no cannibalism. There's questionable, it's debatable. Okay. Here's the thing, riddle me this, society at large. Anyone watching this, leave your answer in the comments. Does the following count as cannibalism? Because this happens. This is a thing now that when a baby is born, they will often keep the placenta and in some fashion eat it. I have heard of various ways of consuming, ingesting it. Apparently, turning it into like vitamin tablets is a thing now. So, does that count as cannibalism? Because that's effectively what's in my book. Similar enough. So, if that counts as cannibalism, then there's cannibalism. But if it doesn't, then there's not. And my character is not a serial killer. I'm not saying they're innocent, but they're not a serial killer. Hannibal was a good psychiatrist, right? That's the thing. Even after he's in jail, they still go to him because he is an amazing psychiatrist. And yes, that counts. Okay. Well, then a lot of people these days are cannibals, so people should stop being so freaked out by it. And that includes a lot of celebrities. That's the only disposable organ. Isn't the, what is it? The appendix, isn't that disposable? Because you don't really need it anymore, but it still exists. Does the placenta count as an organ? It probably should. I mean, I've seen pictures. Hella gross. That was true. Her farmhouse with its tract of land and its distant neighbors was a world away from his family's estate. Out here, the only disturbances were plows off in the distance and the occasional rogue cow. I still need to pet a cow. Yeah, don't think too hard, Deacon. Appendix may have an immune function as it does have lymph node tissue. That's interesting. I hadn't heard that, but that's cool. Alright, we're in our last hour, so I'll remind everyone to please sponsor a duck. Also, because our thumbnail is naked, because I only put on the ducks that are sponsored within the book. So until we get new ducks, the thumbnail shall be naked. That makes me sad. Easterly was never quiet, even when its rooms were silent, especially now. The debt, the deaths, the disorder. I just wanted to know what he experienced when he died, Lane said softly. I want it to have hurt. I want him to have hurt. Also, is there any way that Easterly wouldn't be a crime scene like the entire house? Because they've had one dead body found on the premises, and now the patriarch of the place found dead under mysterious circumstances 2 days later. Lizzie pointed her toes and stroked his forearm. Don't feel badly about that. The anger's only natural. Miss Aurora would tell me I should pray for him instead. Pray for his soul. That's because your mama is a saint. Too right. Lizzie smiled as she pictured the African American woman who was more Lane's mother than the woman who had birthed him. Thank God for Miss Aurora's presence in his life. There were so few safe places to go in that huge historic house he'd been raised in, but that kitchen, filled with food both of the Seoul variety and the French kind, had been a sanctuary. I did think you were going to jump, she blurted. He looked directly at her. I have too much to live for. I have us. So at some point he's going to propose. Scary monster is a good option. Yes, it's true. I love you too, she whispered. God, he'd seemed so much older than even a week before when he had arrived on a private jet from his hideaway in Manhattan. He had come back to Easterly to make sure Miss Aurora was okay after she had collapsed. He had stayed home because of everything that had happened in such a short time. The trajectory of his family hitting an iceberg hidden in the currents of fate and destiny, the seemingly impenetrable hull of the Bradfords' 200-year history, of their extraordinary financial and social position, pierced by a reversal of fortune from which a recovery seemed impossible. We can leave. Lizzie arched her foot again. We can sell this place and take the money and live a very nice life far away from all of this. Don't think I haven't considered it. And hey, I could support us by playing poker. It's not classy, but I'm learning that bills don't care where the money to cover them comes from. He laughed in a hard burst. Although my family has been living off liquor revenue all these years, so how should I ever judge? For a moment her heart sang as she pictured the two of them on another farm in another state, tending a small patch of good clean earth that yielded corn and carrots and tomatoes and green beans. She would spend her days working for a small city taking care of their municipal plantings, and he would become a teacher at the local high school and maybe coach basketball or football, perhaps both. Together they would eat, they would watch each other's faces grow lined from laughter and love, and yes, there would be children. Tow, tow-headed? Toe-headed? Is this one of those southern things? Somebody translate. Towheaded. I'm not even sure how to say that, let alone what the fuck it is. Whatever that word is, straight-haired children, boys who would bring home tadpoles and girls who would climb trees. There would be driving permits and high school proms and tears when everybody went off to college, and then holiday joy when the house would fill back up with chaos. And when the sun finally set upon them, there would be a porch with a pair of rocking chairs on it, set side by side. When one passed on, the other would soon follow. Real Nicholas Sparks stuff. I've heard of Nicholas Sparks. Who the hell is he? Is it a real person? Deacon, you should draw pictures of the scary monster. It'll be cathartic. No more private jets, no more jewels and oil paintings and so-and-so's great-great-great-great-grandfather. No more Easterly with its 70 prison staff, 70-person staff. Really, they have 70 people? Jesus. And its acres of formal gardens and unrelenting grind. No more parties and balls, Rolls Royces and Porsches, fancy soulless people smiling with empty eyes. No more Bradford Bourbon Company. I'm writing down the cars. By the way, we're up to almost 20 brand names and we just started. Almost all of them are cars. Although the product itself had never been the problem. Maybe he would even take her last name so that no one in their new life would know who he was or who his family was. He would be as she herself was, an anonymous person living a modest life. And yes, there might not be majesty in her fantasy of the two of them, but she would take the simple graces of mediocrity over the empty grandeur of great money every day of the week, and twice on Sunday. See, I've used that phrase. Now I have to not use it. You know, I can't believe he killed himself, Lane murmured. It just doesn't seem like something he would do. He was far too arrogant for it. That's what I said. And hell, if the great William Baldwin was going to commit suicide, it would have been far more fitting for him to put one of Alexander Hamilton's dueling pistols to his mouth and pull the trigger. Yeah, see, again, yeah, him committing suicide just doesn't make any sense. But jumping off a bridge he'd considered garish into water he wouldn't deign to give to a barn cat, it just doesn't make sense. Lizzie took a deep breath and dared to put into words something she herself had been wondering. Are you thinking maybe someone killed him? You'd be an absolute moron not to think that. Yeah, it's a plantation. Oh, end of chapter, apparently. Yeah. It's a 200-year-old house in the south. Of course it's a plantation. Chapter 6. Red and Black Stables, Ogden County, Kentucky. I've heard of Ogden County, so at least that's a real place. Whether or not it's in Kentucky, I don't know. Sweet smell of hay. Oh, the sweet smell of hay and the stomping of hooves, and the ice-cold concrete of the aisle that ran between the mahogany-doored stalls. As Edward Westfork Bradford Baldwin sat outside his thoroughbred stallion's sawdust-floored bedroom, his bony ass was suffering from a frigid recontouring, and he marveled at how, even in May, the stone was so cold. Granted, it was dawn, but the temperature outside was 70, even without the sun's help. One would think that the ambient benevolence of late spring would be more generous with its climactic attentions. Alas, no. Fortunately, he was drunk. Lifting the bottle of, what was it? Ah, vodka. Fair enough. To his lips, he was disappointed to find such a light weight in his hand. There was only an inch left in the bottom, and the thing had been 3/4 full when he'd limped his way out here. And he put all those ounces away, and damn it, the rest of his supply was at such a distance, although that was relative, he supposed. The caretaker's cottage where he stayed on the red and black thoroughbred breeding farm was no more than 100 yards off, but it might as well have been miles. He looked down at his legs. Even hidden under denim, the reconstructed, unreliable mess he had to ambulate upon was nothing more than a painfully thin pair of unhinged pins. His modest size 11 boots screaming like blown-up clown shoes in proportion. Then you added the inebriation and the fact he'd been sitting here for how long? His only chance for more vodka was going to be clawing his way forth, dragging his lower body behind like a wheelbarrow that had fallen off its tire onto its side. Here's a question: why doesn't he use a wheelchair if he has such difficulty walking even when sober? Not all was essentially non functional, however. Tragically, his mind remained sharp enough to constantly spit images at him. The impact of the mental constructs like paintballs shot at his frail body. He saw his brother Lane standing in front of him, telling him that their father was dead. His beautiful, crazy sister Jin wearing the massive diamond of a cruel man upon her elegant hand. His beautiful, crazy mother abed and bedazed, unaware of all that was transpiring. Because farm. There's a good answer. Because farm. Yeah, they really haven't invented the ATV of wheelchairs yet. Though there's an untapped market for you. Uh, his Sutton, who was not in fact his and never would be. And that was the main loop on his mental replay. After all, things before Edward had been tortured and not ransomed were a bit hazy. Perhaps that was the solution to his inner demons. Booze didn't go far enough, but 8 days in the jungle being beaten, starved, and taunted with his impending death had certainly turned the volume down on recollections that had come before his kidnapping. And as a bonus, he was unlikely to survive a second round of such ministrations. The sound of a small pair of barn boots coming down at him had him rolling his eyes. When they stopped in front of him, he didn't bother looking up. You again, he said. In reply to his cheerful greeting, Shelby Landis's voice was something out of a children's cartoon, or at least its feminine pitch was. Its intonation, as usual, was more drill sergeant than Cinderella. Let's get you up here now. Let's leave me here, forever, and that's an order. Up above Edward's head, behind the iron bars that kept the stallion from biting off pieces of human anatomy, Nebuchadnezzar let out a whinny that sounded curiously close to a hello. Typically, the enormous black stallion uttered equine murder to everyone other than Edward, and even his owner was never addressed with any kind of joy. We can do this the hard way or the harder way, Shelby maintained. A bevy of choices you present me with, how magnanimous of you. And the contrarian in him wanted to be obstreperous just to find out what harder involved. Further, even in his weakened condition, most women of her diminutive height would have struggled to manhandle him, and that could have presented added fun. Shelby, however, had a body that had been honed by a lifetime of hours and hours of back-breaking work in and around thoroughbreds. She was going to win this one, whatever it was. And his pride was all he had left with which to justify his manhood. Although why would he care about even that, he had no clue. Pushing himself upright was an excuse to hammer was an exercise in hammer to nail. Brutal strikes of pain battering him internally even with all the alcohol in his system. The grunting was an embarrassment, especially in front of an employee who happened to have a good Christian disdain of blasphemy, no sense of boundaries, and a dead sire to whom Edward owed too much. Which was why he'd had to hire Shelby when she'd shown up on his cottage's front stoop with nothing but an overheating truck, an honest face, and a solid stare to her name. A lurch born out of his lack of balance set Edward on a path back down to the concrete, his body collapsing like a folding table, something bad happening to one of his ankles. But Shelby caught him before he cracked his head open, her strong arms snapping out and grabbing him, pulling him against her. Come on. Yes, ego. Ego is everything. He wanted to fight with her because he hated so much of himself and his condition. This was not him, this cripple, this drunkard, this miscreant malcontent. In his old life, before his own father had had him kidnapped and then refused to pay the ransom, none of this would be happening. I don't know if you should be walking. As Shelby spoke, he swung his good bad leg out because the knee didn't like bending, and then relied on her to carry his weight because the ankle he'd just hurt wouldn't have any of it. Of course I shouldn't. You've seen me naked. You know how bad off I am. After all, she'd caught him in the bath, when she'd barged past a closed door, clearly expecting to find him dead and floating in the tub. I'm worried about your ankle. He gritted his teeth. Such a good Samaritan. I'm calling the doctor. No, you're not. As they emerged into the sunlight, he blinked, although not because he was hungover. One had to be sober for that. And indeed, compared to the coolness of the stables, the golden morning air felt like a cashmere against his prickling skin. And oh, the view! All around the rolling bluegrass fields, with their 5-rail fences and solitary maples, were a balm to the soul, a promise of succor to the impeccable equine bloodlines that would wander and crop at the segregated meadow as they bore forth future generations of Derby and Stakes champions, even Triple Crown winners. Only one. This is the guy who's been kidnapped. And though now they're acting like they all know that the father had it done on purpose when that was never confirmed. It was speculated, but is not confirmed. But now I guess we're supposed to take it as read. I mean, I thought that he got kidnapped because of the father's gambling debts, making it the father's fault, and that was why the dad couldn't pay the ransom. He didn't have the money and he was hiding it. But if we're saying he was actually such an evil bastard and regarded his own eldest son as a threat, that he tried to have him murdered, I'm like, there's easier ways to do that. The earth and its boundaries could be trusted, Edward thought. Trees could be relied upon to provide shade in the summer heat, and thunderheads never failed to give you rain. And brooks might swell in the spring and go dry in the fall, but a man could predict their seasons. Hell, even the fury of tornadoes and snowstorms had a rhythm that were not personal and never ever unscrupulous. Whatever wrath might come down from the heavens was not directed upon any specific person, although one might feel targeted. In fact, that was never the case. The same was true for horses and dogs, barn cats and raccoons, even the lowly, ugly possum and the snakes who ate their young. For certain his stallion, Neb, was a mean cur, but that animal never pretended to be aught than he was. He didn't smile in your face and then tear into your back as you turned away. Humans were so much more dangerous than so-called unpredictable animals and finger-of-God events. And yes, that made him bitter. Then again, he was bitter about most things these days. By the time he and Shelby came up to the caretaker's cottage, his internal rants were tempered by the pain that had bubbled through his intoxication, as if the overload to his nervous system forced so much electrical impulse to his brain that his synapses had no choice but to downgrade his pessimism. The old door creaked as Shelby pushed it wide, and the one-room interior was as dark as night. The heavy wool drapes pulled closed, the sole light in the galley kitchen like a coal miner's helmet lamp, dulled and at a loss to cover all its territory. The furniture was sparse, cheap, and old, the opposite of the precious things he'd grown up with at Easterly, although he supposed that shelves of sterling silver racing trophies across the way did hold a certain commonality. She is not originally from the South, I don't believe. Hold on, let me see. There's a there's a blurb on the back cover. Author of more than 20 previous novels, including Black Dagger Brotherhood series. She lives, it says she lives in the South with her family. So apparently she does live in the South now, but whether she grew up there or not, I don't know. I don't know, but I'm sure you can Google J.R. Ward. There's a picture. This is what she looks like. But that's all it says. It reads like she watched The Help. Yeah, that's a good movie. That's a really good movie. Like, one of the reasons The Help works when it could have been so preachy is that they kept things honest. They kept it honest, they kept it simple, they kept it at a very basic level, but there is an honesty to all of it that keeps it from being like cliche or like mocking, because it easily could have come off as like mockery. No, of course it's not reality. They put in as much reality as they could get away with in Hollywood. You know, Hollywood doesn't like reality. Hollywood is the place that when, and they still haven't done this, when they were talking about making a biopic for Harriet Tubman, some idiot thought that casting Julia Roberts as Harriet Tubman would be okay because who would know that Harriet Tubman was actually black? Yeah, they got as close as they were allowed to. I'm sure there were more realistic scenes that were definitely written and planned, and they got told, can't go that far. You'll offend half our audience. And we need them to buy the tickets. Yeah, Julia Roberts got asked about it years later, and she had never heard the story, and she said like nobody ever approached me about it. I was never asked to read a script or anything, so don't know anything about it. But I have heard that story come up. I wish I could remember where, but it was on 2 different commentaries for 2 different movies or shows where that story came up from like 3 different people, all of whom were there. 2 of whom were there, one of whom heard about it from someone who was there. So it's definitely a real and true story that really happened and got around. Yeah, I was watching someone react to Pretty Woman earlier today too, so I'm having like a Julia Roberts kind of day. Pretty Woman is one of those movies I enjoy watching people react to because it's got so much in it you forget is in it because people just remember like the love story, the Cinderella part of it. You forget there's some really dark fucking shit in that movie. Like the guy who played George Costanza is in it and he like violently attacks Julia Roberts at one point and tries to rape her. Like he full on like beats her. You know, so that's seen more than most. Like I said, 50 Shades definitely inspired a lot by Pretty Woman because Grey has the job that Richard Gere's character has. Though his job changes between series. I love that the retelling couldn't even keep its own fucking continuity for what he does for work. Oy. Uh, Breaking free of his human crutch, he shambled over to his armchair, the ratty Archie Bunker deep seat cupping his weight like a meat packer's palm. Ew. His head fell back and he breathed through his mouth while attempting not to inflate his ribs any more than he absolutely had to. A tugging on his right foot had him looking down. What are you doing? Shelby's blonde head was angled at his boot, her workman's hands moving much faster over those laces than his ever could. I'm taking this off so I can see how bad your ankle is. He never worked in that series. That's true. That's true. For all the fact that like 50% of the fighting between the two of them was about her wanting to work, but she never actually like fucking went to work or did work while at work. Yeah, even I know who Archie Bunker is. It was All in the Family was the series, I believe. I saw a fair amount of that growing up. You know, I always liked the daughter. I forget her name. And I liked Edith Bunker. She was always hilarious. And for anyone who doesn't know, Archie Bunker is who Cartman is modeled off of in South Park. And I happen to know that the actual recliner, Archie Bunker's actual recliner that was used on the show, is in like the Smithsonian Museum in their TV section. I bet he did. It's the role that made him famous. You know, and obviously there was a lot of things that you definitely could not get away with today, and it's kind of, you know, it's because it was a sitcom that they could get away with a lot of what they did, but you still couldn't get away with a lot of it today. I mean, I remember even as a child, I remember seeing an episode that literally had Archie Bunker and some other characters in blackface. And I'm like, there is no way in hell you could do that today. I was amazed that they could do that even then. You know, and the point was to make fun of it. He always got his, but you know, still they showed it. They did it. Edward opened his mouth, a sarcastic bomb on the tip of his tongue, but God curbed his crassness as that boot came off with a roar. Damn it. I think you've broken it. Bracing his hands against the armchair, his heart jumped rope with his ribs, and when all that passed, he sagged. I'll bring my tuck around. No, he puffed through clenched teeth. You're doing no such thing. As Shelby looked up at him from the floor, in the back of his mind he took note of how rare it was for her to meet his eyes. She was always willing to parry his verbal jabs, but rarely would her stare linger anywhere near his. The Golden Girls had a blackface episode? Really? I never saw that one. I know Golden Girls was on for like a really, really, really long time. And I don't know that I've seen many like full episodes, but I've seen a lot of clips of it. I remember I always liked Blanche. She was always my favorite because she was just bold and in your face. She did not take shit from anyone. She would sleep with whoever the hell she wanted and she did not care who knew it. Like, she apologized to absolutely no one for living her best life. Like Dorothy? Now I have to remember. Dorothy was like the innocent, they always played her as being kind of dumb one. I can see her face and I can't remember who played. Or whoever Betty White played. Yeah, Betty White was, yeah, she stole that show. She absolutely did. Yeah, hers are some of still like the best clips. Because like that show just had such a wicked sense of humor. Like just sharp as fuck and sarcastic, and that's why it's like survived and still gets laughs. Uh, her eyes were rather extraordinary. Rimmed with thick, dark, natural lashes, they had flecks of the dawn light in their sky blue color. If you're not going to go to the hospital, what's the name of your private physician? And do not pretend you don't got one. You're Bradford. Not anymore, darling. She winced at the sobriquet as if recognizing that she was not the sort of woman that would ever be called such, equally not by someone with his pedigree. Especially not by someone with his pedigree. And he was ashamed to admit it, but he wanted to hurt her for no good reason at all. No, actually, that wasn't true. The lack of a reason, that was. Shelby had an unerring ability to catch him in vulnerable moments, and the defensive part of him hated her for it. How long did you take care of your father? He demanded. All my life. Jeb Landis had been a terrible drinker, gambler, womanizer. He had known horses, though, and had taught Edward all he knew at the time when Edward had never thought of going into the racing business as anything other than a rich man's hobby, and certainly never envisioned himself employing the man's daughter. Hell, he hadn't even known Jeb had a child. This is why I'm still sus of this woman. Like, is she who she says she is? What is going on? If she turned, I maintain I am still 50% that she is a corporate spy. For some reason, Edward found himself wondering how many sarcastic cuts Shelby had taken over the years. The ego draining obstacle course presented by her miscreant sire training her well, for her going on to care for exactly the kind of man Edward had become. It was as if Jeb, in sending her here, had been determined that his cruelty survive his grave. Edward sat forward. Reaching out a trembling hand, he touched Shelby's face. He'd expected her skin to be rough. It was not. As she recoiled away, he focused on her lips. I want to kiss you. Okay, honey, he's drunk. Just shove him into the chair. Or an illegitimate Bradford. There's a good point. She could be. This is possible. We already know there's one of those that we were informed of through character description at the beginning. We didn't know about before, but now we do, and they still have not come up. We're 40 pages in, and this person has not come up, so. Okay, I'm going to say this because my brain is poking me. I have been thinking that maybe at the end of book clubs, I should read out a paragraph or two of my own demented writings just to get a feel for how it comes across. I am way too chicken shit to fucking do this, but I can't get the idea out of my head, so that I'm hoping by saying it out loud, it will get the fuck out of my head. Uh, Back at Lizzie's farmhouse, Lane stared out at the rising sun as her words hung in the air, quiet between them. Hung in the quiet air between them. Ugh. Are you thinking maybe someone killed him? Hard question to answer, especially when, for him, he felt cheated because he hadn't been the one to kill the man. And wasn't that a tough pill to swallow, especially as he watched a fresh day dawn across the flat Indiana landscape? In the face of so much resplendent beauty, his dark thoughts seemed like F-bombs uttered at an altar. Well, Lizzie prompted, are you? I don't know. There are a number of people who have a motive, for sure, most of whom I'm related to. He frowned as he thought about something Deputy Ramsey had told him down by the river. You know, the security cameras on the bridge haven't been turned on yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to make a comment of a typical American government bullshit here, because how do you finish a bridge? It's been open to the public for several months, but the cameras on it don't work yet. Also, I have no problem believing that that would entirely be true, because that just sounds like such a thing that would just completely happen. And I'm not saying things like that haven't happened here. I'm sure you find a lengthy list of government fuck ups. Indiana's not flat in the South, is it not? I really don't know much about Indiana in particular. So, but it's not flat. Does it have a lot of mountains? Is it hill country? And okay, because I am being encouraged, let me find the one paragraph I have been working on recently that I think is actually kind of sort of good. Occasionally I do write things that I am willing to give myself just a little bit of credit for. Otherwise I lack confidence, but hold on, I have to Google where it is on my lengthy list of 70 pages of notes that I have to parse into where they belong. Ugh. I've been putting it off because it's a fucking nightmare task. Hold on. Yeah, find this paragraph for me. I know it's in here somewhere. It is in here somewhere. Okay. When we get to the end of this chapter, I will read a paragraph that I have been working on. It does mention a few dark topics, though nothing as dark as what is in this book. And so what is Indiana like if it's not flat? I mean, is it in the Farm Belt? Is it considered to be in the Farm Belt? I think it is. Once you get south of Indianapolis, it starts to get hilly, no mountains, but the glaciers stop mid-state, so not flat. Okay. Yeah, because it just says author lives in the South, and that could cover quite a lot of the USA. Wow, my stomach is growling at me. The security cameras on the bridge haven't been turned on yet. What? Lane made arches in the thin air. The cameras are mounted on the spans, and they were supposed to be recording footage that night. But when the police checked the feeds, they discovered they hadn't been initiated yet. So no one knows what really happened then. Guess not. But Metro Police do think if he jumped, it had to be from there. The other bridge is too hard for someone to get to the open drop, which is something Mitch said they were going to fix on the Big Five now. Lane shook his head. As for murder, though, no, I do think he jumped. I believe he killed himself. The debt, the embezzlement, it's all coming crashing. It's all coming crashing down, and my father knew this. How the hell could he have held his head up in this town now, or anywhere else for that matter? Do you know when they'll release the body? Ramsey told me as soon as the autopsy was finished, so it has to be only a matter of time. He refocused on her. Actually, there is something you could do to help me. Name it. Anything. It's about the visiting hours for my father. As soon as the remains are released, we're going to have people to Easterly. And I want everything to be as it should. Lizzie took his hand and gave it a squeeze. I'll make sure it's done right. Of course. Of course, because the private viewing, has to be, you can do that in the funeral home. You don't have to do it at your house. I got dragged to one once. It was very much against my will, and I refused to go to a second one, which, of course, caused a huge fight in my idiot family because, of course, we got dragged out of bed at 5 in the goddamn morning and had to drive 4 hours to another city, and then didn't even, because we were so late, didn't even go to the hotel or have breakfast. We were all car sick. got dragged immediately to a viewing that I did not want to be at because I don't believe in that. Had to stand around for 4 hours. At one point, had to pretty much badger my aunt into giving me the car keys because her 10-year-old son was falling asleep standing up. And I knew if I didn't put him in the back of the car and let him sleep, he was going to just pass out in the middle of a room full of people, which is not good for anyone. And of course, I had to argue with her because I was the one saying it. But I stayed in the car to watch over him, which got me out of there, which served me just fine. And then we went back to the hotel, and we were at the hotel for all of like 20 goddamn minutes. And it's like, okay, we need to go back for the second viewing in the afternoon. And I was like, I can't do it. I'm too tired. I need food. I'm exhausted, and I don't know any of these people. Like, because it's all my grandparents, like friends. I didn't know anybody, and people from my uncle's work, like all the judges and lawyers. He worked at the courthouse, so they were all stopping by for 5 minutes here and there when they could because it was a work day. So like literally, these were people like sneaking out for 5 minutes to drop by, which was very nice of them. It was like gratifying to see how many people like cared. He was the janitor at the courthouse, and you have judges coming to the funeral of the janitor. You know, he was a very well liked person. But I just couldn't do it because keep in mind, we had 2 viewings and then the funeral, full Catholic mass the next day was coming. Full Catholic fucking mass with a full service beforehand. So, like 2.5 hour Catholic mass followed by 2.5 hour Catholic funeral mass. That was coming the next day. So I was like, no, I need to get some damn sleep. And you can be pissed at me for not going to a second 4-hour viewing in the same day when I know the funeral. And then there was a graveside viewing as well. There was a graveside service as well after the 5 hours in church. So like, don't pretend I'm fucking like cold hearted because I said I need some fucking food and a nap. And also, I'm in my 20s. Stop thinking you can tell me what the fuck to do. And people smoke weed and I can't, so I was jealous. Oh God, I'd had weed. If ever there was a time where I wish I had been a stoner back then, oh God, weed would have made that entire week so much more manageable. Uh, thank you. He bent down and pressed a kiss to the inside of her wrist. You know, it's funny. I don't care about honoring his memory. It's not for my father. It's for the Bradford family name. And yes, that's superficial, but I kind of feel like not on my watch, you know? Those people who come are going to be looking for signs of scandal and weakness. I'll be damned if I get it. Didn't your soon to be ex wife just publicly announce in the press that you beat the shit out of her with accompanying pictures and you're facing domestic violence charges? It's kind of already a scandal. And I'm also concerned that Mother will want to make an appearance for something like that. Oh, the widow? Yeah, why would she be seen at the funeral? Really? Yes, it was true that young Virginia Elizabeth Bradford Baldwin was now over 60 and hadn't been out of bed the past 3 years for anything other than hair tending, but there were some standards even an addict like her was going to recognize, and her husband's visitation was one of them. And people had been calling the house already asking about what arrangements were being made. Not that that was about his father either. Charlemont High Society was as competitive as the NFL, and an event like a Bradford's visiting hours was the Super Bowl. Everyone wanted a good seat at the 50-yard line. It was all just so fake. And though he'd always known that, it hadn't been until Lizzie had come into his life that he'd cared about the emptiness of it all. I'm going to promise you something, he murmured. After this is all done, after I've fixed all this, then you and I will leave. Then we get out. But I have to stay and clean up this mess. It's the only way I'll ever be free of this family. Righting the wrongs of my father is the only path to earning my freedom. Earning your love. Oh my god, somebody shoot it. Shoot it and burn it with fire. You already have that. Come here. He reached for her and pulled her into his lap, finding her mouth in the morning light. Getting her naked was the work of a moment, and then she was straddling him, and he was yanking his sweatpants down. Oh, my Lizzie, he groaned against her mouth. Her breasts were full in his palms, and she gasped as he cupped them. She was always a revelation, always new to him. Every kiss, every touch like coming home and going to the moon at the same time. Perfection. As she lifted up on her knees, he shifted himself into position, and then they were together, her moving on top of him holding her close. She took all of him with perfect coordination and with her eyes closed tightly, as if she didn't want any distractions from what she was feeling. He kept his open. Oh, she was beautiful, the way she arched back, her head falling away, her breasts lifting, the light bathing across her magnificent nakedness and her blonde hair. This he would remember as well, he told himself. This moment on the far side of the fall, the near drowning, the panic, this wonderful, vital moment with the one he loved, where they were both alive and together and alone, sequestered in a privacy no one else could touch and nobody could take away. He would recall this along with everything else that had happened tonight. Yes, he thought, he needed to recharge his strength, his hope, and his heart with time memories like this with his Lizzie. He had to fight battles and questions as to whether he was worthy, and worries about what was coming ahead, but she gave him the power to be the warrior he wanted and needed to be. Forget the money, he thought. Everything he really had to have in life was right here in his arms. I love you, he gasped. I love you. End of chapter. I know, right? Deacon, I was also thinking that. We've gone from like very serious, was your father murdered, to sex in about one line. But hey, we made it to the beginning of chapter 7, and that's what I put on the thumbnail, and we made it 43 pages. That's decent. That's decent. We can take it. All right. Because I was asked to, I will now read a very brief paragraph of my own demented ramblings. I don't want to give. Yeah, there is that. There's always that. So for context, in very broad strokes, very broad, my book features a psychiatrist character who meets a very damaged person and decides that he wants to try and fix her. And at first, it is purely platonic. It is an intellectual exercise for him. Basically, he's the guy who had life handed to him. He grew up wealthy, well educated, but he's got like an I'm not worthy complex going, and always like nothing's ever been a real challenge. You know, he's good at psychiatry, he's good at medicine, but it's all just, you know, it all comes too easy. There's never been something worthy of like his real skills that he could really like, you know, make a masterpiece, a career statement of. And so she's that thing. Leads to babies. Wasn't there a baby boom after the JFK assassination? There was. I remember hearing about that. And after the Challenger explosion and after 9/11, there were so many 9/11 babies. Yeah, no, it's completely true that happens. 100% true. Because I guess just when people are grieving, that need to feel like connected to life, I guess. So sex, and then the sex leads to babies. So like certain Super Bowl big wins, like when the Red Sox World Series, there was a huge baby boom after the Red Sox won the World Series for the first time in like, what was it, like 40 years or something? There was a huge baby boom from that. So this scene it's meant to be manipulative but not coercive, and it's basically she doesn't trust him right away, so he's trying to convince her that his somewhat unorthodox treatment plan that he's offering her could actually work, where, you know, she's been through the conventional therapies and they've always let her down, they've always failed and led nowhere, so like what's the point? And he's trying to say, like, I might sound crazy, but I'm offering you a chance at something different, something that might actually work, as unconventional as it may seem. So he's not exactly saying trust me, but he's saying, like, hey, give my plan a chance. You haven't really got any other good options, so why not? But there's a dark undertone to all of it. So this is him talking to her, trying to convince her to let him, like, take her on as a patient and move in with him and be under his care, kind of thing. Yes, you can think of music. You can think of all the music that you want. You can replay my reading it later and write melody to it if you want to. So this is him talking to her, trying to convince her. You don't believe me, and that's fine. In time you will, and it won't be on faith because you'll have felt the changes for yourself, seen the progress. You're afraid to say yes, to take the chance because you know, if you're honest, if you really try, it'll hurt if it fails. But that's not your biggest concern. She looked like a snared rabbit watching a fox approaching, hoping as if she were still enough she could go unnoticed. Your biggest concern, biggest fear, call it what you will, is how you'll be reacted to. So many terrible possibilities. You'll get frightened and start screaming. Run away when someone says stay. Try to push them away. How long before someone grabs you, holds you down, and then who knows what happens? She was waiting for the right moment to run. Will it be a sharp jab into oblivion, or maybe arrested and thrown into some filthy jail? We both know how poorly that would go. Or someone finds you threatening and they just shoot you. Mentally ill woman in violent rage shot by police. It's happened before. She still didn't run. I know you've thought about it, if that would be how you end. It doesn't have to be. He was right next to her now. I can't erase your past and I can't make you forget it, but I can teach you how to do more than just survive it. She wasn't thinking about running now. I can give you the truth of yourself, let you find out who you really are and who you choose to be. Wouldn't it be nice not to have to try so hard all the time? Trying to be normal, to not be Lucy, twisting yourself into bits to meet the expectations of people that can sleep peacefully in the dark. You can be the real you, whoever that is. He could see the idea taking hold. I will never call the police because you're being loud. I will never punish you for running or throwing something. If I ever have to make you sleep, you won't wake up without your clothes on and something sticky dripping down your thighs. That's what's different this time. Safety. My plan isn't a setup full of traps that can bury you. I can't promise you all will go well or that you'll never cry, but I can promise you'll always be safe with me. You can almost hear her heart pounding. I can promise that I will never call you crazy. I'll listen to you tell me about the everyday horrors you experienced, or the kind that would make most people's blood run cold. He leaned in close to see if she would flinch. And I will never call you a liar. She didn't. I can give you a fair chance to have the thing you've never been allowed, an identity of your own making and a life to go with it. A real life full of all the expectations, accomplishments, and happy memories you don't think you can have. A life that belongs to you and you alone, and no one will ever be able to take it from you. You can finally find out who you really are. He held the pen out to her. I promise it's safe to say yes. End of scene. My insides are paint can shaking from doing that. Ugh. It's the whole people are looking at me. I'm still the little kid that wants to face into the corner and disappear. He sounds scary. I know. He's supposed to sound a little scary. A little. Because he's the guy who knows the inside of your head better than you. Like, one thing that makes somebody a great therapist or psychiatrist is they have to be good at manipulating other people and reading them. And he's got the read on her. This is not their first meeting. They have, they've been orbiting each other for a while. This is him culminating in a plan that he's been forming for a long time. No, he did not do anything to bring her to, like, into his orbit. That happened naturally. Thank you. Keep telling myself someday I'm going to grow up and that will stop happening. And I'm still waiting for that. But we are 6 chapters down of our second book. And then we have the third one, and then we have New E.L. James, which, oh joy. Though it will be fun to play with fire again. I'm looking forward to the playing with fire. I miss the fire. Thank you. I will find a paragraph to read for next week. I've got a few sections that I think are pretty decent. Though, warning that everything is dark. It is a dark romance. That is the overarching thing. It is a dark romance. It is a twisted fairy tale. You know, so even the good and cuddly parts aren't that cuddly. You know, if you know what I'm saying. Though I try to have a few lighthearted, just, you know, lifestyle porn moments. That's where most of the brand names are. Thank you, Deacon. Thank you. And love on the butters for me. I think. Oh, yeah. I can see a tail sticking out from under the puppy bed. So, puppy is in a puppy coma. He was very, very well cuddled. And he says thank you to everyone for all the love and snuggles. But that will do it for this week. We got through a decent amount of book. We got through a 10th of it. So, that's pretty good. And we'll see. Eventually they will figure out that it was murder. I'm sure eventually we will meet the missing Baldwin child who has not come home yet. But, you know, when there's a funeral, everyone has to come home. That's how I got dragged home. That's how I got dragged. Because it's one of those things. What do they say? Weddings and funerals. Oh, and I will, yes, Deacon, I will send you the Disney songs you will love. But take care, everyone. Love to all the fur babies. Ozzy, Izzy, Persephone, and Butters are still watching, I believe, and Sasha, for Snickety's still around. We didn't get the name of the cat. Oh, no, we did. Sniper. Shout out to little Sniper, Chubby Kitty. Pictures in the Discord in the pet tab. Chubby Calico Stripey Kitty. It looks very cute. We didn't get any new ducks, which is sad, so next week we'll still have a naked thumbnail. Pout. But maybe next week we'll get more ducks. Who knows? We'll see. Until then, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Tea and Rose's Book Club. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out, and I hope to see you next week. Until then, love on yourself and love a fur baby. Have a good rest of your weekend, and drop by my Discord to watch Orphan with us tomorrow night, 8:30. I will see you there. Bye-bye.